Suffering and happiness are twins.
No.
Good morning.
We don't want the happiness without the suffering, because it's Friday. I mean, who wants to think about suffering on a Friday?
Well, suffering is happening in Ukraine, and so we are thinking about them.
Yes,
we are. Yeah, and we are happy because we are alive. So hey, that's how it is. Or salt and sugar. Yeah.
Yesterday I watched people, because I was monitoring international news platforms. I was on the CNN for a while, BBC for a while, Sky News for a while, and people had packed things into suitcases, and I wondered where they were going. And it brings the security situation into sharp focus, because if there should be a breakdown and you were to leave, what do you leave behind?
That's a good question. Good question. Yesterday we spoke to Joseph Yankson, a Ghanaian student living in Ukraine. We'll find out later on today on Headlines what the situation is, whether we can even speak to them, and we'll keep you updated on what's happening in Ukraine. But hey, here, I'm going to be sitting down later on in the day to speak with a man whose journey in the world of music has taken him from here to Europe to South America, and we're going to talk about the A to Z of Atongo Zimba, the griot, the musician, the performer. And
he's still drinking beer.
Yes.
Because in heaven, there is no beer.
Indeed, indeed. That's one of his big hits, if not his biggest hit. And we'll be looking at his thoughts on what's happening in Ghana, around the world, his career, his family. So that's a conversation you want to. If you're a fan of Atongo Zimba, you want to be watching this show today. What else are we looking at? We'll
be looking into the newspapers. Of course, Ukraine still very topical. What other stories are trending on the local front? The panel, the female panel, will sit with me, Ellen and Natasha, around the 7:15 mark, so we can look into those stories in a bit more detail. We'll also be going out and about, monitoring situations around the motorway and the Shaiman Underbridge, and our team will be bringing us all the scoops from those locations much later on in the show. Remember, it's made possible by Wake Purified Water and Adunku Next Level Energy Drink.
Okay, and we've got your sports news at 7 a.m. But ahead of that, we've got Maltiti, who has all the news in the palm of her hand. This is hashtag GTV Breakfast. Our WhatsApp number is 055 556 1034. Welcome to the show. News coming up in a bit.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us on Breakfast News at 6 a.m. I am looking at the Ukraine-Russia war and all that's still happening, and also what our Ghanaian MPs are saying about the evacuation of Ghanaian students studying in Ukraine. Let's start off from Ukraine's armies trying to repel a full-scale Russian invasion, with fierce battles taking place close to the capital, Kiev. Fighting is raging at an airfield on the outskirts of the city and could become a springboard for the Russian army into Kiev if its troops seize it. The Russian assault is being fought on several fronts after it attacked from the east, north and south on Thursday. There have been reports of several explosions in Kiev. Ukraine says dozens of people have been killed while thousands have fled. Moscow launched the offensive in the early hours of the morning, shortly after President Vladimir Putin declared war in a dramatic televised address. He threatened a country to interfere with consequences you have never seen. Air and missile strikes rained down on cities and military bases before tanks rolled in across 3 sides of Ukraine's vast border. It followed weeks of escalating tensions as Russia massed troops around the country. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky, meanwhile, vowed to continue fighting. He said a new iron curtain was falling into place and his job was to make sure his country remained on its western side. Mr. Zelensky ordered conscripts and reservists in all of Ukraine's regions to be called up to fight. The country's defense minister urged anyone who is able to hold a weapon to join the effort to repel Russia. I should use the script. Students living in Ukraine are worried about the worsening situation between Ukraine and Russia. A Ghanaian student, Mr. Joseph Youngson, tells GBC News that there were gunshots at about 5 p.m. yesterday at a military base in Ukraine, which is 100 meters away from the school. Students of the school are therefore taking cover in a bunker in the school's basement.
I'm here for about 2 months now. Just started my program. But then we've been hearing of this looming or imminent war, and our school authorities assured us that it won't happen. It's a thing that has been going on between Russia and Ukraine, and so we should all be calm. But then this dawn, things escalated. We heard loud bangs on our doors to evacuate immediately into the underground basement of all our hostels. Every hostel here has an underground basement in case of emergencies as this. So we all moved there, and then for about an hour or two we were asked to go back into our hostels. Just about 5 p.m. here, we heard gunshots and then loud bangs again, just about 100 meters away from our school. And there's a military base just right opposite the entrance of our university. So these military bases are being targeted by the Russian forces.
While the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration says the government has noted with concern the deteriorating military situation in Ukraine, which directly impacts on the security and safety of nationals, including the over 1,000 students in Ukraine. The Ghana diplomatic mission in Bern, Switzerland, is therefore urging Ghanaian nationals to limit their movement in public as places they obtain essential goods and to remain in their homes or move to government places of shelter. In a statement, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration is assuring that all efforts are being made to ensure the safety and security of Ghanaians in Ukraine. It says the diplomatic mission in Bern and the honorary consulate are directly engaging with the relevant authorities in Ukraine to secure safety and protection of Ghanaian citizens during this period. Still on the situation in Ukraine, Ghana's members of parliament have called for the immediate evacuation of Ghanaian students in Ukraine following the Russian strikes and possible reprisal. Minority leader Mr. Haruna Idrisu, who raised the matter, says the Minister for Finance must make money available to that effect. All other MPs from both sides who contributed to the statement supported the call.
I wanted to invoke Order 72 to raise a matter of urgent public importance, which is to call on the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Minister for Interior, Minister for Finance, to work together to take urgent steps to ensure the safety of Ghanaian students in Ukraine and to work towards the immediate evacuation of Ghanaian students, those studying in Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, this we must do to assure the students and their parents that they are Ghanaian and they deserve our support.
To pay regard to what America is saying, Putin himself is saying, and the rest of the world, it is the safety of our people cannot be guaranteed. In these circumstances, I can only say that you don't have to play lottery with their lives, because we don't trust the next military maneuver that is going to come from the Russian leader. And our best bet is that it is good to be educated, but not to die prematurely or to be hurt prematurely.
I had a call from my niece this morning that they didn't even have food to eat, especially those in Kiev. And so if the government will mobilize to have our students or our children brought home as soon as possible, that will help us.
Every time there has been such crisis, crude prices will go up. And for its impact on our economy is always very great. And so I think that this crisis, while it is destabilizing, what is really critical for us is that we look at the consequences for us in terms of its impact on our economy and take the corrective steps to ensure that we can really protect and have energy security that indeed is very critical for our long-term economic development.
A security analyst and senior lecturer at the University of Education, Winneba, Dr. Vincent Adzali-Mensah, also earlier gave his views on the economic implications of Russia's attack on Ukraine for countries such as Ghana.
Ukraine didn't calculate its national interest well. They didn't do the international politics well. Because you see, what U.S. can do for Ukraine is to provide them some military assistance, some air defense systems, and those things. But you see, once it's in Ukraine, if you watch what happened last night, Russia immediately moved to disable Ukraine air defense systems. Immediately. So as we speak now, Ukraine has no air power against Russia. Their key military installations have been disabled overnight. And so they cannot fight this war. They can only fight a ground war with Russia. Now, they claim to have downed some Russian warplanes, but those claims are yet to be verified. But the point is, Ukraine can never fight a war with Russia and win. U.S. will only support them with advice, but they will never go face-to-face with Russia in any war, no. So, unfortunately, Ukraine is in this alone. The only solution now is what Russia is saying. Ukraine should denounce that they will not join NATO, which I don't think Ukraine is willing to do. But unless that happens, Russia is going to annex Mariupol. They are going to annex some territories that they consider Russian territories in Ukraine, and then end it at that place. If Ukraine is willing to accept that, fine. But if they are not willing to accept that, we are headed for something terrible in Ukraine, as we saw in Georgia some time ago. But as for the sanctions that are being used, they won't stop.
Still on Ukraine-Russia conflict, and with crude oil prices now above the $100 a barrel mark stemming from the tension between Ukraine and Russia, we spoke to Executive Director of the Institute for Energy Security, Nana Amoisi, about how the crisis is impacting on oil prices and equity markets.
Demand for oil and natural gas because of the winter. And so if demand surges and production doesn't match with demand, for sure price will go up. But then geopolitics is a driver of demand and of supply as well. And like you mentioned, that Russia is a key supplier of both oil and natural gas in the European domain as well as the global front. And so if the rifts continue, there's likely that there will be more sanctions against Russia. And if that happens, it means that Russia cannot supply its oil to most of its off-takers. Meanwhile, off-takers will also be starved of this necessary commodity, particularly or especially during winter. Then prices will shoot up as economic dictates.
Now, workers of Textile Ghana Limited, producers of GTP, say there will be no work activity at the company until the current managing director, Fatu Matadoro, is removed from office. The workers say the MD, since taking over in 2021, has been involved in a number of labor irregularities that has a tendency of collapsing Ghana's largest producer of textile. Our Tema regional correspondent Michael Diwonu was at the factory where workers have been demonstrating against the managing director.
Textile Ghana Limited, producers of GTP and wooden in the country. This morning, workers have been here agitating. They say they are accusing the managing director of some labor and the union chairman is here and we'll be speaking with him to find out what the issues are. Fortunately, the General Secretary of the Ghana, the ICU, Industrial and Commercial Union, have also joined them to make sure that they push this agenda and make sure that the right things are done. Tell us, this morning you are not working. What are the issues?
The issues is simple. The woman is temporary with our collective bargaining agreement.
When you say the woman, who is the woman?
That is the MD.
Okay.
The new MD that is in. Okay. She's temporary with our collective bargaining agreement, and we are not happy.
Okay.
So we want her to go. As simple.
What in the collective bargaining agreement?
There are conditions in the collective bargaining agreement. I want to give you an example. Okay. Even the Ghana laws even agree on that. That when you can go on voluntary retirement at the age of 55, and somebody who is sick and is going on voluntary retirement at the age of 55, she says she's not going to allow. Meanwhile, the MD then have approved that she should go. When she came, she's not going to allow, and we are not going to sit down for this to continue.
Apart from saying that the demand is for her to go, when we are talking as Ghanaians, when we are talking as patriotic citizens, and somebody is trying to, rock the boat, somebody is trying to play it against the interest, the interest of Ghanaians. It is not a matter of workers saying that she must go. This concern of the union and the workers is going to be heard by the whole world, and the whole world will be the judges whether it will be good for this woman to come and then continue, and whether that will not affect worker management relationship. So I believe that all of us are in it together. I don't want us to limit it to the workers and the ICU, because this facility belongs to Ghanaians.
The Public Sector Workers Employees Pension Scheme on Thursday engaged staff of the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation on the Tier 2 contributions under the new pension scheme. They briefed staff on the performance of the scheme, pension lump sum paid in bits and pieces, and gaps in the monthly payment of contributions. It comes on the heels of recent agitations by the 2020-2021 retirees of the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation (GBC) over inconsistencies and delays in the disbursement of their pension after their long service to the nation.
Public Sector Workers Employees Pension Scheme is a Tier 2 pension scheme registered and regulated by the National Pensions Regulatory Authority under the National Pensions Act 2008, Act 766 as amended. Membership of the scheme is drawn from employees of some 74 institutions of public service, including the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. The first batch of members due for retirement under the new 3-tier pension arrangement was in 2021. Under this arrangement, retirees are expected to access the last 10 years of Tier 2 pension contributions, which is 5% of their annual basic salaries from the privately managed schemes like GBCs, while the Social Security and National Insurance Trust (SNIT) pays the lump sum relating to their earlier working years in the form of past credit. However, according to some retirees, especially the 2020-2021 batch, their lump sum benefit is meager.
When we started the investigation and the audit firm came in, Mr. Abdallah and Co., it was discovered that Accountant General failed to pay about 8 or 10 years of our contribution to SNIT. The statement they printed for us. After studying it, I discovered discrepancies. They are saying 2 years of non-payment, whilst our audit firm is saying more than that. Where is the difference coming from?
The chairperson of the Public Sector Workers Employees Pension Scheme, Mrs. Cynthia Arthur, says the implementation has not been without challenges, key among which is the issue of data relating to the Temporary Pension Fund Account, TPFA, which the regulator and key stakeholders are working at resolving.
Under the new 3-tier arrangement under Act 766,
And on the international front, a commission set up by the military junta that took power in Burkina Faso a month ago has proposed a 30-month transition before a return to constitutional order. The commission, in its report, proposes a transition led by the head of the junta, Lieutenant Colonel Paul Henry Sandaogo Damiba, as well as the establishment of a government and a legislative body restricted to no more than 20 and 51 members, respectively.
The report and agenda for the transition was presented on Wednesday to the head of the junta, but its content has not been made public. It will have to be submitted to the military hierarchy and the country's active force parties, unions and civil society organizations before any validation. The Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, which suspended Burkina Faso from the organization on 28 January because of the coup that toppled elected President Roch Marc Christian Kabore, had asked the junta to present a reasonable timetable for the return to constitutional order. The duration of transitions is at the heart of negotiations between countries in the region affected by the coups and ECOWAS, which is calling for the transition period to be as short as possible. It has deemed the 5-year period demanded by Mali to be unacceptable and is constantly demanding a timetable from Guinea, which refuses to have any deadline imposed on it.
Now, the 4 soldiers of the French army arrested 3 days ago in the Central African Republic have been released. The 4 who were operating under the banner of the UN were accused of wanting to assassinate the head of state.
Members of MINUSCA, the UN mission in the Central African Republic, were arrested at Bangui Airport. Their release on Thursday was announced on Twitter by the head of the MINUSCA, Manker Ndiaye. The information was confirmed by the French embassy in Bangui on Twitter and by the Bangui prosecutor's office to the AFP. The 4 soldiers of the French Army's Foreign Legion Corps of French, Romanian, Italian and Bulgarian nationality had been apprehended by security forces. They were heavily armed and wearing fatigues and their MINUSCA badges aboard an unmarked armored vehicle on Monday in front of the Bangui airport. The French embassy and the UN immediately indicated that they were members of the close security of the Chief of Staff of the UN Peacekeeping Force, General Stéphanie Makinoa, whom they just dropped off to catch a plane to Paris. But immediately photographs of their arsenal and identity papers were laid out on the ground, just as the video of the arrest had been widely circulated on private accounts on social networks. They were accused of having wanted to assassinate President Faustin Touadéra, who had just landed in Bangui.
That's it for the news at 6 a.m. on Breakfast. I am out to decide as I up. Next is the weather report, after which Thelma will bring to you Keep an Eye. Stay with us.
Thanks for staying on. It's now time for Keep an Eye on the urgent need to expand the...
To Keep an Eye. Hello, good morning and welcome to Keep an Eye on #GTV Breakfast. We're currently at the Community 18 or 25 slip road off the motorway, and we're keeping an eye on something particularly interesting to both commuters and pedestrians who find themselves along this stretch of the road. If I step away to my right so my camera could focus, we're looking at safety on the road for all road users. What you can see in the distance is a guardrail. Roads are built with everything else factored into it to protect all road users. And this particular stretch of road comes off the motorway, and so traffic coming in from Accra towards Tema on the motorway will have the opportunity to also slip off the motorway and access Community 18, 25, parts of Lashibi and the Spintex Road. But to my right, closest to the motorway, the guardrail that is supposed to protect pedestrians and commuters as well has all been involved in accidents and therefore have been broken down. You can even see a lady walking up towards the access towards the Spintex or the Community 25 end. Where she is currently, the safety of her being there is not guaranteed, and she's immediately stepped over the guardrail so that she could cross the motorway. This is brought in to protect us, and you can also see a motorbike crossing over. If the guardrail had done its job, the lady as well as the motorbike wouldn't have been able to cross over from each side of the road and access wherever they want to. It is somebody's job to ensure that these guardrails immediately broken down are erected back on there in order to ensure what the purpose of it being there is served in the first place. This is Ghana. We build, we spend with taxpayers' money, but maintenance and even looking after them becomes a problem. This shouldn't have been the case. This should have never been the problem, or should never be in this state. It is not only motorbikes, but drivers also who miss their way off the motorway or get caught up in two minds and therefore slip off the motorway. Once they get here, drive over it and get themselves back onto the motorway. When that happens, it causes an accident, because when you cross over, you are going directly into oncoming traffic on the motorway. And we all know the nature of speed people go on the motorway. This is not good for both commuters who are making their way on or off the motorway. These broken rail guards are not only just when you come off the access or slip road on the motorway, but they've been either broken down or heavily dented all along until you get to the junction that turns off towards the abattoir in the Spintex or Tema environs. Drivers who get caught up in two minds eventually manage to drive over the rail guards and get onto the motorway. It makes one wonder if were intentionally brought down and left lying down only so that commuters who miss their way or get caught up in two minds and would want to get back onto the motorway, rather than going all the way through the township of Community 18 and 20 and work their way back down under the tunnel to get to the motorway, end up driving over the rail guards. You also wonder whether the Ghana Highway Authority really are up to the task, and whoever is in charge of this stretch of road is really fit to be in his employment. Perhaps one may say that he's too satisfied with his job or overly frustrated with his job and therefore cannot be asked to check and get these corrected. This has been Keep an Eye, coming to you live from the Community 1825 motorway slip road access to parts of Lashibi. Thank you very much for joining us. Take it away in the studio.
Thank you, Alan, for that update from the motorway, highlighting the broken guardrails on that stretch. Now, Jay is the man who will bring us that report from Ashaiman Underbridge.
So welcome to this side of town. It's a hashtag GTV Breakfast. Welcome to Keep an Eye. This time around, I'm here at the Ashaiman Underbridge making a case for its expansion. And of course, I'm also here to let you know Ashaiman drivers drive the way they do, like they're heading towards their destination because they have no patience and they don't like waiting. It's all because of this bridge. Well, partly the reason why. Unlike their counterparts in East Legon, they feel like maybe there are no politicians living in this area. That's why for a while now they've been agitating for its expansion, but nothing has happened. So back in the day, this side used to be a cattle crossing, and when the motorway was about to be established, it became an access route to link Lashibi and Ashaiman. So you find for those who are coming from Lashibi, it could be Shalonspor, it could be Klaugon, coming through to Ashaiman. This is the tunnel that they have to use. And since the motorway has been built up to date, this side has always been a single lane. What happens is during rush hour, you find that if one side starts coming in, you find a lot of traffic on the other side, like we are seeing presently, because you find like maybe 3 lanes, 4 lanes, and sometimes you can go all the way back heading towards the Ashaiman traffic light, just because this tunnel here is just single access. So for a while now, they've been agitating that it has to be expanded so that traffic moving in and out will go quite smoothly. But they don't know the reason why as now nothing of the sort has happened. So we're here this morning. We are appealing to the Assembly once again. Just come in, whether that's my West Municipal Assembly or the Ashaiman Municipal Assembly, they come in and maybe governments are add a little funds to to support the assembly, and then they can do and expand this bridge once and for all. And you realize that once the bridge is like this, is just a single lane, you realize that for pedestrians who get out and have to use this side, you notice they also go all the way to the motorway and compete with vehicles. You realize that when they are up there, it's quite dangerous, because sometimes with the speed at which the vehicles are coming with and the pedestrians are crossing, it doesn't quite tally, and you find that some people come onto the road, mates for instance, and try to stop. And then when I mention the mates, it's because the roadside have become makeshift stations, and not just around here. You find along the motorway there are a number of such stops where pedestrians try to cross the road to the other side, and with the speed at which the vehicles are moving, most of the time you find that there are these accidents which crop up on the motorway owing to these pedestrian crossing behavior. So we urge that this bridge be expanded, and then once again for bus stops along the motorway, if they can find alternative bus stops for them, so that pedestrians do not have to cross from that side, it will help curb this traffic situation once and for all, because we don't want any incidents to occur along the motorway. For instance, for those coming from Lebanon, Jericho, Sun City and whatnot, on market day, for instance, because there's a market right here, you find that the traffic becomes thicker than usual. And of course, earlier when I mentioned that Ashaiman drivers trying to make up time, it's because of this, because you can spend as long as 15 minutes, 20 minutes, sometimes even more, if you're not careful. And when the police come in, that's when you find that traffic moves as smoothly as possible. Right now, there's someone on the scene making sure that things go as they should. You find them once in a while, they come here and then just be at the helm of affairs and direct traffic as and when. So in making a case for the expansion of the Ashaiman Underbridge, commuters can spend about 20, sometimes even more minutes here in the traffic, all because this side is a single lane and they have no access. So in making this case, we are appealing to the Assembly once again. They come in and try to expand this just like they've done with the East Legon side, because the single lane is not helping, it's not increasing productivity, because once you are parked there for a while, your fuel is going, you are spending a lot of money, time wasted. It's a whole mess. We also notice that when it's time for vehicles to finally use the tunnel, because sometimes it develops into 3 lanes and 4 lanes and whatnot, it creates that bottleneck when they are finally entering the tunnel. So you find that people have to adjust, and sometimes there are a few scrapes and accidents because some people don't want to agree for other people to enter before they do, and that one too, when it happens, you have to go to a workshop and fix damage on your vehicle. So this has been the Keep an Eye report from the Ashaiman Underbridge. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Jay, reporting to us about the state of the underpass at Ashaiman, with commuters and other road users asking for it to be expanded. Our team on the ground will bring you more details for our Keep an Eye segment on Monday. For now, remember to follow our social media handles. We're streaming live on Facebook and on YouTube, and you can find us on Twitter and Instagram as well. Just use the hashtag GTV Breakfast. In the next segment of the program, we'll be looking into rebranding efforts at the internal audit Ghana, and some of the officials are here to explain why that has become necessary, and that comes up right after the break. It's hashtag GTV Breakfast.
Live from GBC Studio 1, this is the Breakfast Show.
Over there. Emmanuel Siden cry. Tabia takum. Wedi emema yedro no. Eme yenya hoden. Ene ye hoden ye. Aye mema dro. Enu nti na barma bi ahia bi no. Aye mema dro ma barma bi a wedi mfie di wotwe ko. Bi opedi du etu aton bia. Enko chemical shops, pharmaceuticals, ene herbal shops bia. Bia. Anase fraying. E was 0243 686861 and 0245 749206.
FD ajisa ejodi nkratu yatu.
Kai se tabia takum ye. Bema bia ye takum. Hey, tell me more. Hey, tell me more. Tell me beer.
Bema wa worry me. Watch me you come 1 week me say the oh. Now,
yes. Boga, nade. Senior, name me new ma cut down my business is a collapse my house. So won't take quick credit in Ghana. Quick credit? Yes, quick credit. Who pesika? Edi a start here you maybe. Who here bisia edi a true udwediem. Who a government and a private worker. Who pesika dey ate hot so. Who here bosumi adwuma. Who here sika dey bibi tempai so. Quick credit be ma loan. E mo tua ne kakra. Na enije sem kese ne say. E collateral free loan susu opening and a deposit as MBN. Here and say, Ghana card 2022 year 1 year Juma. Now, one hour young. Who need excuse here? Credit to 03022 00390 and 05969 20833. But see na quick credit take us out.
I am 7 years old.
Beep, beep, beep.
I am 4 years old.
We are 12 years old.
It's been 1 year since I started my antiretroviral treatment.
You can live a long, productive life with antiretroviral treatment. With antiretroviral treatment, HIV-positive expectant mothers can have healthy HIV-negative babies. Go to the nearest health center, test and know your HIV status. If you are positive, ask about antiretroviral treatment and you will receive help. Antiretroviral treatment is your only option for a long and fulfilling life.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
The show was a jar oba anyone concron dim.
The groom is sick.
What?
Malaria.
Malaria. Lufat.
Injija wohoma malaria enka wonto dem. Lufat eye malaria drop ekope.
And now you may kiss the bride.
Entrance pharmaceuticals and risks. Lufat. Lufat. A two malaria sententem. FDA ahwehwesa ejedi.
This is the Breakfast Show.
25th February 2022. You are watching GTV Breakfast. Still to come, 7 o'clock we have our breakfast sports, and 7:15 we'll have the headlines. Of course, Ukraine will be top of the agenda, and what is happening with our Ghanaian students who are trapped in a war zone effectively. But for now, we're going to be talking about the Institute of Internal Auditors, Ghana, and why you should hear about them. So with me, from my extreme left, the Chair of Research and Publication of the Institute of Internal Auditors, Ghana, Mr. Ebenezer Kojo Omari Mreku, and to his right is the Vice President of the Institute of Internal Auditors, Ghana, Joseph Dakura Zumasige. You're both welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Good. Let's talk about the Institute of Internal Auditors, Ghana. What exactly is its mandate? Who wants to take this one?
Okay, I will.
All right, okay.
Yeah. The Institute of Internal Auditors Ghana, simply IIA Ghana, is a professional body, and we are affiliated to a global auditing body. That's the IIA Global, the headquarters in Florida, USA. The Institute seeks to represent the interest of internal audit professionals, an advocate for the professionals, and a principal educator when it comes to best practices in internal audit. So basically, we operate exclusively, so far Ghana is concerned, as an educational body and as a charitable body, and we are dedicated to the promotion and development of best practices when it comes to internal auditing, so far Ghana is concerned.
Okay. Anywhere I worked, anytime they said the internal auditors are coming around, people started getting scared. Not everybody, but a lot of people were not too excited. Joseph, why is that? Why do people sometimes fear internal auditors?
I think it is as a result of the past of the profession, where the internal auditor only just came in as the watchdog. I mean, there was that thing called the watchdog rule, where it was the internal auditor that would unearth whatever was going wrong. If somebody did something wrong, the internal auditor was the one that was called in to investigate, and then it turned out to be that the internal auditor only bore bad news. But I think that's the profession has moved on from that perception, from that viewpoint or that role that it used to play, to the point where it now plays a leading role in advising management, to the point that we now call ourselves the trusted advisors.
So you're no longer really watchdogs that back.
Not just watchdogs that back, no. And in fact, as we elaborate on the direction of the profession, presently what we do is that we call ourselves the trusted advisors. Going forward, you realize that the internal audit is supposed to be providing foresight, that is preempting things that could happen, and advising management on actions that can be taken to avoid any mishaps.
Okay. Ebenezer, what are the things that can happen if the internal auditors are not on top of their game?
Yes, you know, every organization has got an objective to achieve. And today, the internal auditor positions himself such that he will advise management on the best way so that they can achieve their objectives. So he will do that by reviewing the processes, the systems, established management. So today, internal auditors globally, we are reviewing risk management practices, we are reviewing governance frameworks, we are reviewing control frameworks, and draw management's attention to areas of improvement and gaps that exist. So if the internal auditor do not play his or her role, then you could realize that the objective that management have set, you know, based on that, the risk that will be associated with the objectives, who will be there to draw management's attention? Who will be there to guide management that the controls that you have established, it is inadequate and it is not working? It is the internal auditor who needs to do that. So day by day, that's what the internal auditor needs to do, looking at the risks associated with the organization or the entity, and then drawing management attention. Not only the one that they will look into the industry globally and see the trends, things that are happening, and draw management's attention as appropriate.
Nice one. Let's focus on your organization. Is this a new organization?
No, the Institute of Internal Auditors has been in existence for a while now. First registered in April 2001, launched in May 2005 by the Honorable Minister for Finance on behalf of the President. So if you take it that we're outdoors in 2005 up to now,
if we even forget about the fact that we're registered in 2001, we've been around for a while. Except that I guess typical of auditors, we've always not been too loud on the media, but a few years now, we've taken advocacy a lot more, to a higher level, and that's how come probably you're hearing about us now.
Were you always called Institute of Internal Auditors, Ghana?
Yes, we've always been called Institute of Internal Auditors.
Okay, so what's new now, Ebenezer?
Things are changing. Business are evolving. The industry is changing, coupled with the growing needs of our stakeholders, even our members. So we need to position ourselves such that we can address the needs of our members, the address of stakeholders, so that will be relevant. Otherwise, we'll be kicked out. Because any business want to decide who should be his or her assessor. So internal auditors now, what has changed is that we are positioning ourselves strategically, so that will be useful to the board, to the senior management of the entity, and that they will find relevance of our existence and be the advisors that they expect to be.
All right, Mr. Vice President, so do your activities cover public as well as private organizations?
Yes, so I know sometimes people mistake us for the internal audit agency, which is the regulatory body for internal auditing in public organizations. The Institute of Internal Audit, however, is the professional body that provides the standards, as Ebenezer mentioned, for the practice of internal auditing. So whether it is a private entity, it is a public entity, the same standards and frameworks that are adopted in conducting internal auditing, they emanate from the Institute of Internal Auditors.
Okay, so for over the last 2 or 3 weeks, we were watching the public accounts committees, sittings in Parliament, bringing people from various ministries, departments, and agencies.
That's right.
And a lot of money has been swerved in this country.
Yes.
What is the role of the auditors in these developments?
So you would notice that some of those issues that are discussed at the Public Accounts Committee, some of them would actually have been picked up by internal auditors, probably reported to management, and where management failed to act, they became open issues that the external auditors picked on. That's the Auditor General from Audit Service picked on and reported to the Accounts Committee. So internal auditors can avert, and they do avert, some of the malpractices that go on, except that in some instances management is either slow in implementing the recommendations, or are just not committed in implementing the recommendations, and that is where you realize we still have some of these.
Or are complicit, so they won't.
Or they are complicit actually,
so
they don't want to make any move and avert whatever the internal auditor is pointing out.
Okay.
But you know, it's always difficult to quantify that which is the losses that are prevented. We're able to see the losses that we have suffered because they are passed and they are documented. Those that are prevented through the effectiveness of controls, even through the mere presence of an effective internal auditor, are usually not highlighted.
Okay, so you deal with regulation of standards, is that correct?
So yes, we deal with, we actually provide the standards for auditing. We provide certification, the global certification for internal auditing. We provide, of course, we have to do, as you do all of these things, then you provide the training, the conferences, and all those things that are needed to ensure that professional conduct, your internal auditors are seen as professionals. So the code of conduct, the ethics, all of those things, we promote them, and then we sanction our members that fall foul of these.
So you're almost like the Medical and Dental Council of Auditors, providing those standards, right?
If you're talking about that, yes.
So you can sanction auditors who misbehave.
Yes.
Okay.
If they are reported and then they are investigated and we find them culpable, they are expelled from the institute.
Has that happened often? When was the last time auditors were dealt with for misbehaving?
So we had one instance where somebody was reported to us. Unfortunately, he was not a member of the institute. And since he was not a member of the institute, we could have done to him. But had it been that he was a member of the institute, we would have been able to investigate and expel the person.
Ebenezer, would you like it for all auditors to be part of the institute?
Yes, of course. It's very relevant because, as we said earlier, it's the institute that is championing best practices when it comes to our standards that govern our operations or the way we work is the institute. We, apart from the activities you mentioned, we have periodic relationship, periodic engagement where we train our members, sometimes through seminars, other times through webinars here and there. So members benefit from the kind of network of professionals that they build, the kind of resources that we get from the global end. So if everybody is part of it, then we all, as one family, we can drive the profession going forward.
Okay, you are chair of research and publications. What does that mean, and what are some of your achievements? And I'm having a conversation here with members of the Institute of Internal Auditors, Ghana, looking at the mandate and what the activities are. Some of the publications that you've come up with.
Yes, as the research and publication unit, we conduct research, we conduct surveys. We also have link with our global body. There's a research institute.
Have you done any research recently?
Yes, we have. Last year we did 2 of them and published the one of them when the COVID came.
Okay.
We needed to educate our members on how do they work from home as auditors.
Okay.
Because we used to go physical.
Exactly.
So we have to do some research, consult our global body.
How do you work from home as an auditor? I'm curious.
Yes, those who have systems or automated systems, very clear. When you have a VPN, maybe through their IT, you can, through your VPN, access the various systems, extract, mine your data, do the analysis, and then draw conclusion as to the areas of interest that you want to audit.
Now you're sounding like my tech expert. What's a VPN?
Virtual
private
network.
Okay, all right.
So that's one aspect. The second aspect, internal audit these days is collaborative. You need to engage people, you need to make inquiries here and there. And through the engagement these days, video conferencing and the rest.
Okay.
So whilst you are home, you can connect with your people. We have when you go through our processes, you have an opening meeting where you have to engage with your team and even your client. You don't need to get closer to them.
Okay.
Your exit meeting, when you are explaining or drawing their attention to the issues that you have identified, you don't need to get close to them. You can be at home, comfortably, or in your office.
Okay.
And then you discuss.
So you can still put the fear of God in them.
We don't put fear of God exactly, but our presence.
Those who are misbehaving. Listen, we want to wrap this up shortly. I just want to know how your the sense of what your functions are. What are some of the activities that members should look forward to in the coming months of this year, 2022, Joseph?
So, in fact, the purpose for which we are here is that we are launching a new phase of the institute come Monday.
All right.
So we've already sent out the invitations, but for those that still need me to remind them, on Monday they can join us through the invitation link that we've sent out. That's drawing from the working remotely that you spoke about.
All right.
Those who can make it physically can be at the venue for the lunch.
Where is it?
We're going to have that at the Clocksack building.
Okay.
That's actually where we have our secretariat.
Which part of Accra is that, for those who don't know?
That is ministries.
Ministries? Okay.
And then come May, we'll have our annual conference. Usually we do that. So it's an annual conference on internal auditing and governance.
Okay.
The same May, we'll have the AFIA conference. That's the Conference of the African Federations of Institutes of Internal Auditors.
Okay.
So we'll be sending out invitation for AFIA. And then come July, we'll have our global conference in the US.
Okay.
We would also be sending out invitations. And towards the end of the year, we usually host CEOs and then board members and all of those. And I think we may have to send an invitation, try an invitation to you so that you attend one of these.
I'd love to be there.
These programs, and you see the value that there is in the quality that internal auditors can present to.
I'll come and audit the event.
No problem. We have no fears because we trust that by the time you are done, you'll give us thumbs up.
All righty. And I'll leave you the last word. Ebenezer, what can we look forward to?
So come Monday, the Global Institute has branded. So as an affiliate of the Global Institute, we have also branded. We change our colors, we change our logo, we change our tagline, elevating impact.
That's your tagline?
Tagline. We are elevating impact of our professionals. We are drawing them closer together in terms of their relationship. And then one interesting aspect is that we have changed our website.
Okay.
We have renewed it entirely. Now it is linked to the global website. Now you have the members portal where members can log in and access their data. do registration online and the stuff. Not only that, we change our culture. The way internal auditors speak, the way we behave. Now we have to be more collaborative. Now we have to be confident in ourselves. We don't need to be boastful.
No.
So our culture has also changed.
Awesome.
And then we are reminding members that our pillars remain the same.
What are they?
As talented professionals that exist in every market, every industry. We cut across all departments within an entity. And we are there to serve their needs.
Thank you.
We are there to add value. We are there to help management achieve their objectives.
Awesome.
So it's an interesting period that we are in. So come Monday, members who are around should join us. We rebrand our IIA, which is our own institute. And we believe that our profession is a profession of choice.
Thank you so much. Elevating impact. Members of the Institute of Internal Auditors Ghana. If you're an internal auditor, just go and Google it. You'll find the new website. Everything that Ebenezer and Joseph have been talking about, you see it there. Joseph Dakura Zumasige is the Vice President of the Institute of Internal Auditors Ghana. And Ebenezer Omari Miracle is the Chair of Research and Publication at the Institute of Internal Auditors Ghana. And thank you so much for bringing us the new face of the Internal Auditors Ghana, Institute of Internal Auditors Ghana. We wish you a beautiful weekend. All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Still to come, we have our breakfast spots at 7, headlines at 7:15. And Atongo Zimba, the man who has found out that there's no beer in heaven. How he did that, I don't even know. He will be here, God willing, to have a conversation with us on music and business. But ahead of that, we are rushing to check out what's happening in this hour with the lady in green, color of money and freshness and vitality. Dama, take it away.
Hello again from the Institute of Internal Auditors Conversation. We are hitting the streets to look at what the traffic situation is like, and as we do every day, we try to give you an idea of the best routes to take before you start your journeys from home. Today, our guy Jay Gabra is around the Kaukudi area, and we'll be linking up with him to try and figure out what the traffic situation is like, so that if you're leaving home and you're going to be using that stretch of town, you would know what to expect by way of traffic. Remember, Breakfast Show is live on GTV. We are streaming on Facebook and on YouTube. You can also find us on Twitter and Instagram. You just use the hashtag GTV Breakfast. This is Rush Hour, and we'll be hitting the Kaukudi intersection around Nima pretty shortly, where our guy Jay Gabra is standing by. Remember that at 7, Multity will be bringing you Breakfast Sports, so that's right after this Rush Hour segment, and then of course we'll be sitting down with the ladies to look at what's happening in the newspapers. Ukraine still very, very topical. Yoko has sent out a warning against a Ponzi scheme that's ongoing online, and so we'll understand what all those mean a bit later on after Breakfast Sports. For now, Jay is ready with the team, and they'll be giving us the details from the Nima Kaukudi intersection at Nima. So if is ready, we'll try and get that report, and then we'll be back to do the Breakfast Sports with more Titi. Jay, there he is.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. It's hashtag GTV Breakfast. Time now for Rush Hour, your live traffic updates. If you are using elsewhere in town, Google Map will be your guide. But for this morning, if you plan to use a car with this side, this is what the traffic situation looks like at the moment. We are here to bring you live updates. So if you tend to use this side, if you think the traffic situation is not good for you, you may use another side. So right now, we'll turn our attention towards those who are coming from Achimota, the main road, and you can tell it's building up. The traffic situation is building up. I don't want to say nicely, but that's that's the word that comes to mind at the moment. So if you come from Accra Girls, if you're coming from Rage, you come from Berlin Page, this is what the traffic situation looks like. You will notice that in the opposite direction, for those heading towards Ridge, going towards perhaps Jolu Junction, Abelempe, going towards Achimota, it's a different situation altogether. But for those coming to the side, the traffic is building up for them. So if you haven't left home yet and you like to use the side, I suggest you leave now, or maybe you wait later and come later in the day because you want to avoid this traffic. So now we'll turn our attention to the Bostal Avenue and those who are coming from the Patrice Lumumba side as well. You'll notice that for them also, especially for those coming from the Bostal Avenue, that's where the Tank Palace Hotel is. And from there you can go towards the Ghana Prisons Training School. You'll notice that for them also, even though they are the traffic light at the moment, they just have a few minutes to wait and then they can start moving. But you can also tell that there is some bit of traffic which is building up presently at the moment. So if you also want to, if you are coming from that side, perhaps you are coming from the National Service side and all that, the Gold House and all that, this is what it looks like at the moment. So if you want to avoid it, or you think you can stay in it, you have the patience to be in it, it's also cool. So let's turn our attention now to the Olusungo Obasanjo Highway. That's for those who are coming from 37 and the Liberation Road, perhaps Gifford Road as well, heading to Kaukuri. And it's smooth sailing for them at the moment. There isn't that much traffic. You can tell once they get here and the traffic light is on for them, it's smooth sailing from then on. And perhaps they can go to Kaukuri, they can go towards Hachimota, they can go towards work and all that. So we'll direct our attention now, finally, to the Kanda Avenue the Kanda Highway for those who are heading into Kanda, perhaps Nima, Mamobi, and all that. For now, there's some bit of traffic here at the intersection, only because of the traffic light. Once it's on, it's smooth sailing from then on. And for those heading in the opposite direction, perhaps towards Ridge, Atlantis Radio and all, it's for now it's free for them. So in terms of traffic updates from Kaukuri intersection here in Accra, this is what the situation looks like. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Jay. So perhaps now you have a fair idea of what kind of traffic to expect as you journey your way through the Kalkudi intersection and to go beyond. So Jay Gabra bringing us that details for rush hour. We are asking a question on our screens today. Remember our WhatsApp number 0555561034. Simple question. Use the hashtag GTV Breakfast and hashtag Breakfast Wachi. Where's the best Breakfast Wachi joint in Ghana? Hit us up on our social media handles. Remember to follow me, follow Multiti, follow Kafuide on our social media handles. And speaking of Multiti, she's going to be fixing us some breakfast sports right after this. We'll be back.
Live from GBC Studio 1, this is the Breakfast Show.
And they call me UJ. When you need a shoulder to cry, run on my pumpy, so we try was suicide. Let bygone be bygone. I didn't see what the button go do. We go straight to start. I'm gonna take you to that level. Oh my baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The energy. But baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll take you to that level. Oh my baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't quote next level. Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
From 1921 to 2021, the journey to our centenary has been amazingly worthy. Azar Group is 100 years and continues to achieve greatness.
Main brands which were in the company are Azar Tex, which is an emulsion paint, Texture Paints, which we were the first people to produce it in Ghana, and Azar Gloss, which is oil paint. We were the first people to produce the carpenter's glue. Now we have new products like silicone paint.
Join Azar Group celebrate 100 years and to create another brilliant 100 years together.
Thank you for joining us on Breakfast Sports. I am Malti Tisaidas, and they could be looking at the President's Cup as well as the Ghana Premier League. Also be looking at the effects of the Ukraine-Russia war on sports. Let's start off with the President's Cup. And the President's Cup will be played under floodlight for the first time in 2 decades. The President's Cup between Hearts of Oak and Asante Kotoko played under floodlight. The two teams will clash in the 2022 President's Cup at the Accra Sports Stadium, with a match scheduled to take place at 6 p.m. The two teams have not played in the night since the infamous May 9 disaster, which claimed 126 lives. Now, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo will perform the ceremonial kickoff and decorate the players with medals. Kotoko were crowned champions the last time both sides met in the President's Cup in 2019. Kotoko have won the trophy on 6 occasions, 2 more than Hearts of Oak. Now let's look at the Ghana Premier League, where the second round of the GPL kickstart today with relegation threatened. Wafa locking horns with Kumasi King Faisal in the very first fixture of the round. Tomorrow, the city derby between Legon Cities and Accra Hearts of Oak will continue. It's going to see the table, and on the league table, top 3 we have as Kumasi Asante Kotoko with 37 points. We have Bechem United, second place with 30 points. Great Olympics Soledade with 28 points. Aduana Stars with 27 points. When you look at the bottom 3, we have Wafa, 11 Wonders, and Elmina Sharks with facing relegation, and Wafa has 18 points, 11 Wonders 16 points, and Elmina Sharks, which is bottom of the table, with 11 points. When you look at the Ghana Premier League match day 18 fixtures, we have on Friday today Wafa versus King Faisal. We have Legon Cities FC with Hearts of Oak. Tomorrow, Saturday, we have Aduana Stars who will take on Kerala United. On Sunday, the 27th of February, Asante Kotoko will take on Dreams FC. Ashanti Gold will take on 11 Wonders. Brekum Chelsea will take on Bibiani Gold Stars. Take on Accra Lions, and Mediama SC will take on Bechem United. On Monday, which is the 28th of February, Great Olympics will take on the Lions of the North, Rail Tamale United, and we'll bring you up the updates on Monday when we bring you Breakfast Sports. Now, on Saving Our Passion, media practitioner and sports journalist Jerome Ochre has jumped to the defense of the media after being branded as part of the contributors putting Ghana football into a decline. He was speaking on the media version of GTV Sports Plus #Saving Our Passion program, seeking to find causes of the recent poor outing of the senior national team, the Black Stars. He insisted he does not see why the media should be blamed for people's leadership mistakes in the national team. Of the view that football people over the years have not taken the public serious. Sadiq Adams was part of the 4-member sports media panel on the show, and he argued that the current struggles of the senior national team is far from a coaching problem. He believes it's a makeup of many factors, including leadership and managerial deficiencies. Now, Scottish side Rangers FC stormed Borussia Dortmund when they knocked them out of the Europa League playoff.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
Yeah, all the time. Okay, let's take a peek. I brought my spine.
There are certain things that we do to help the children with their brushing.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
You want it served buffet style?
On-site restaurant.
Complimentary breakfast?
Off of your plate should be vegetables.
So in my lifetime, I haven't seen Ghana Black Stars being an African country.
Can I show what this restaurant is about?
Yes, definitely.
Where's the camera?
Just stand and turn.
So what's your pleasure than Votras, yeah? At that time of the morning. So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
We've got you covered with a trusted team.
Live from GBC Studio 1, this is the Breakfast Show.
Good morning. It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
So what's your pleasure than Votras, yeah? At that time of the morning.
You want it served buffet style, complimentary breakfast?
On-site restaurant.
Or room service?
We've got you covered.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
With a trusted team.
So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
Good morning, my neighbors.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
Yeah, all the time. Okay, let's take a peek. I brought my spine.
There are certain things that we do to help the children with their brushing.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
You want it served buffet style?
On-site restaurant.
Complimentary breakfast?
Off of your plate chicken vegetables. So in my lifetime, I haven't seen Ghana Black Stars win an African Cup.
Can I show? Can I show what is written on the box?
Yes, definitely.
Where's the camera?
Just stand and turn.
So what's your pleasure than Votras, yeah? At that time of the morning. So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
We've got you covered with a trusted team.
Live from GBC Studio 1, this is the Breakfast Show.
Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
So what's your pleasure than Votras, yeah? At that time of the morning.
You want it served buffet style, complimentary breakfast?
On-site restaurant.
Or room service?
We've got you covered.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
With a trusted team.
So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
Good morning, my neighbors.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
Yeah, all the time. Okay, let's take a peek. I brought my spine.
There are certain things that we do to help the children with their brushing.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
You want it served buffet style?
On-site restaurant.
Complimentary breakfast?
Off of your plate should be vegetables. So in my lifetime, I haven't seen Ghana Black Stars being an African country.
Can I show what is written on the bag?
Yes, definitely.
Where's the
Just
camera?
stand and turn.
So what's your pleasure than Votras, yeah? At that time of the morning. So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
We've got you covered with a trusted team.
All SIM cards in Ghana must be registered again with only the Ghana card. Yes, only the Ghana card.
You will not be able to make voice calls, use mobile money services, internet, and all other services linked to your SIM card if you don't.
To register, dial *404# and follow the prompts. You will be required to send the following details on your Ghana card: Ghana card number, surname, first name, date of birth, and sex.
You will then receive a special code which you will present to your nearest service provider agent or customer care center for your biometric details to be captured. Remember to add your digital address.
*04# on your phone to start registering your SIM card today.
For more information, contact your service provider on 100 or the National Communications Authority on toll-free number 0800 110622. Register your SIM card to stay connected.
The show was a jar of bar and dim.
The groom is sick.
What?
Malaria.
Malaria.
Lufat. Lufat.
Woman malaria and want to them. Lufat, a malaria drop a compare.
And now you may kiss the bride.
Entrance Pharmaceuticals and Research Center. And I Lufat. Lufat, a two malaria sententem. FDA, Ashasa, a Jedi in Kratoi Ajatum.
Oh, today he has been extra sweet. And the way he looks at me.
I have done everything by the book. It's on. Hey, but I have to get some condoms, Charlie.
Using a condom will protect you and your partner from HIV, STIs, and unplanned pregnancy. Condoms are an effective way for protection against HIV infection. Don't take risks. Use a condom every time. Always come prepared.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
and gentlemen.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
Good morning, my neighbors.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling healthy.
Yeah, all the time. Okay, let's take a peek. I brought my spine.
There are certain things that we do to help the children with their brushing.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
You want it served buffet style?
On-site restaurant.
Complimentary breakfast?
Off of your plate should be vegetables.
So in my lifetime, I haven't seen Ghana Black Stars win an African Cup.
Can I show what is written on the back?
Yes, definitely.
Where's the camera?
Just stand and turn.
So what's your pleasure, Dan Votras, yeah? At that time of the morning. So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
We've got you covered with a trusted team.
Thanks for staying on. It's Friday, and as we do all Friday on the show, we engage our females and pick their minds on trending issues across the country in the papers and on online platforms. And today is no different. We are sitting down with Ellen Amadeko, member, National Communication Team, NPP, and National Women's Organizer, Hopeful. Ellen, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
You've started already with a musician, but we'll hold on to the fire for now. Next to her is Natasha Naodakai Lamte. She's a lecturer at the UPSA School of Law. Tasha,
hello.
welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning to you too. Ukraine is very, very topical right now. Graphic is leading with that story. And yesterday we spoke to a Ghanaian student in Ukraine, Joseph Youngson, and he shared some thoughts with us. We understand the situation changed pretty much a few hours later, and they had to seek shelter in an underground facility. And he's joining us today to tell us what is going on there now. Good morning, Joseph.
Good morning.
I'll ask how you are doing and how everyone with you is doing right now.
Well, we are grateful for life as of now. It's not been a good ordeal for the past 12 hours, if I may say, from last night. We've had a very bad experience. There has been several bombardments in my city. Yesterday, when I was giving the update, it wasn't so, but then for the past 24 hours, a lot of things has changed. There's a military base just right across my university. So there has been a lot of, that's what you are viewing right now. There has been a lot of bombardment just right in front of my university. And then throughout the night, we have been locked out in the university bunkers. That's the bomb shelters. Even though, let me show you a glimpse of the place. It's not so comfortable here, but then we are not seeking comfortability at the moment. We are just seeking to, survive. We are not seeking anything comfortable. We just want to survive for the meantime. This is where we all spent the night yesterday, and it's been very, very cold in here, but then we are so grateful that we've been able to escape one night. It's getting terrifying by the minute, every day. Every second you hear gunshots. Every second, the gunshots keep sounding very loud, and then we get scared. We don't know where to seek shelter again apart from here. Here doesn't look so comfortable, but then, well, we have to take it that way. Yeah. So
Joseph, how many of you are staying in this bunker?
We are well over 1,000 students. But for now, before the call came, we've been given about 2 hours to go into the hostels to, find something and eat, and then we might be called back immediately to come and reside here because the bombs keeps coming at any time. Gunshots are being fired sporadically. So we just have some few hours to find some food to eat, and then we have to be back here immediately.
Take us through what this journey has been like for you again. So at dawn yesterday, the world woke up to the information that Russia indeed invaded Ukraine. And when we spoke to you yesterday morning, you were fairly okay. You could hear sounds in the background suggesting that perhaps something was coming closer to you, but it hadn't. And then a few hours later, you let us know that this happened. Walk us through that journey once more. The city, your university, give us a sense of where you are, your location, and how it escalated.
Okay, so I'm a student of Sumi National Agrarian University. I'm here to study my master's. I've not been in Ukraine for so long, but then yesterday morning around 5 a.m., we were asked to evacuate the building immediately. We were all confused as to what is happening, but then we came out and then we were told to be on high alert because the country has been on attack, but then it's still far away from the city. So we should go and get some groceries, some dry food for ourselves. We hope that nothing happens. But then midday, we start hearing loud bangs, and then we see smokes start. Smoke showing all over. We all got confused, and then we asked. We were introduced to this bunker. Most of us didn't know there's a bomb shelter here, so we were introduced to this bunker, and then since then we come here periodically. Anytime we hear a loud noise, the alarm is blown, and then we have to run and settle into this place. But then for last night, it has been very, very worse. Myself, I've not had any sleep the whole night. I didn't have any sleep. We were just allowed about 1 hour ago to go and find food and eat, and then hope that we will not be called back here. But I'm quite sure we'll be called, because when I was even eating, I could hear a lot of gunshots in the background. There are a lot of military basements. You know, the Russians are targeting these military basements. And then there's just a military basement just 100 meters away from my school. It's just 100 meters, like 1 minute or even 2 minutes walk. That's where the military basement is sited. So this fighting is happening right in front of myself and my colleagues in Sumi National Agrarian University.
Joseph, is there enough food? I know that there was some communication to you, but I also know that there's been challenges with communication. How are you able to contact relevant authorities to let them know how you're doing, and if they need to send any relief items to you? How are you thinking of doing that, or how is that being coordinated?
When it comes to food, yesterday it was, like I said, there was a panic buying of foodstuffs and groceries. Before I could get to the supermarket, almost everything was off the shelf. The shelves were empty. And then the only things that were left were items that on a normal day we wouldn't settle for. But then because of this situation, we have to settle for such items and then just use them as they are. But on a normal day, these are not things that we want to buy. All the shops have been empty. And then on receiving funds from home, somebody I always pass through to receive funds from my family. I've not been able to contact him throughout yesterday. My family wants to send me something, but then they are unable to do it because this person who is supposed to receive the money on my behalf is unavailable at the moment. So we are kind of left stranded. Even though I have money on my Visa card, I'm unable to withdraw because the Ukrainians have withdrawn all the money in the ATM systems. When you go to an ATM machine, there's no money in it. But in this situation, we have to move with cash. We don't need our Visa cards for anything. I have my Visa card where there's money on it, but then I can't use it because the ATM machines are not working. So it's quite difficult here. And then I would like to speak to a few Ukrainians here I met yesterday. Well, I realized that they were just the few ones who didn't go home. So I'd like to find out why.
And if you can give us an idea of your living conditions, I want to see the layout of the bunker very well. What's the size of this bunker? And I wonder how many of you are staying there as we speak. So let's speak to some of your friends who are also seeking shelter with you, and we'll have a feel of what you're facing or experiencing.
Privet. Pochumi ne doma. Pochumi ne doma.
Autobus. Bus, not bus.
No autobus.
Bus? Bus, not bus. Not bus.
Okay, no bus.
Моя деревня, not bus.
Yeah. Chuhuye.
It's a village.
Okay. So what I'm gathering from them is that they've not been able to go home because they delayed quite a little. So buses are not working. The transportation system has been shut down. They can no longer move. They have to rely on the school bunker for safety. They've been in touch with their families though, but then they have to rely on the school bunker for safety. They will be here for God knows when. They are, while I was here with them, their families kept calling them to check on their safety.
And Joseph, I'm asking again, how are you keeping in touch with Ghanaian authorities who may want to send you help?
Yes, from yesterday, we've seen a lot of press releases about what we should do. And then it's all they are telling us to take care of ourselves. They are not telling us to evacuate to one point. I mean, I know the government's hands are tied right now. They cannot come in and then evacuate us because the situation down here is even horrifying. Even if they come right now, it will be quite difficult for me to leave my hostel as at now to try to meet them anyway because there are gunshots flying all over, my city. So it's quite unsafe right now if I want to
are these beds I'm seeing, Joseph? I'm not seeing these pictures very clearly because the lighting system is not as pleasant as it could have been in better times, I presume. But these are where you sleep?
As I said, these bunkers do not have any way for sunlight. They are not comfortable at all, but we are not seeking comfortability at the moment. We just want to survive.
And I'm seeing the pipes on the walls and beds and a few chairs.
These are the gas pipes. They are all under here. The gas pipes of the whole the hostel. They are all. That's what you can see in the background.
You're saying that you're living in a bunker that has gas pipelines going around the walls, and that's where you are even feeling safest at this time.
If I'm not mistaken, but these are, I think if they are not gas pipelines, but they are, I think pipelines that supply energy to the whole hostel. Yeah, but this is where we are living, and this is how they've designed their underground bunkers. Bomb shelters. We've been told that even if the building is hit, this is the safest place to be in because it won't cave in. That's the assurance we've been given.
But who is giving you assurances that you'll be fed and given water at least so that you can bunker down and wait for the cavalry to arrive?
Right now, yesterday we were told to go and find food. Dry food for ourselves. Nobody is telling us that they are going to provide food for us. As you can see, there's another person lying here. He's been here since yesterday. I think he's a Chinese guy. He's been here since yesterday. No, they've asked us to go and fend for ourselves, buy food, come and store. So I don't know. We hope this ends soon, but if it doesn't end, we are going to be here, and then we might run out of food, and then shops are not working. All the shops are currently not working.
Well, I've been monitoring some reports on the international portals, and I can update you that the world leaders are not happy with what is happening. Sanctions are being brought against Russia, and there are plans to send in emergency help as soon as possible. But until that arrives, what would you say would be your most urgent need, Joseph?
Well, I think for now it's the humanitarian services. We need food, we need water. Well, I've just seen some cans of water here. I don't know if it's clear for you to see, but there are some cans of water here. I think it's for emergency use. But for now, what we need most is the humanitarian services. Yeah, from UN. They should come in to help evacuate people. I mean, foreigners who are stranded here. Most of the Ukrainians have, they have where to go. According to them, they go to the village. They feel safest in the village because the Russians are not attacking their villages. But we, as foreigners, we would wish that the United Nations or whoever is responsible intervenes and then evacuates us from the from this country.
Again, from what I saw on the international news platforms yesterday, Ukrainians are indeed escaping what they expect to be a long war, and most of them, we are told, are heading west. Is that something that you could communicate to those who are sending you information, that if there is a plan, perhaps follow where the Ukrainians are going for safety and also keep safe with them?
Yeah, even my family have asked me to try and then move west, but I've made it clear to them that it is not the right moment to leave, even if I want to. It's quite dangerous right now if you leave. People are moving west, and then they are trying to move into Poland. I've been advised by my colleagues that it's safe at Poland. Even if we get to the Poland border, we'll be safe there. It's not something I can do right now.
Right. Joe, you've mentioned that there are some Ukrainians there with you. There are other Ghanaian students. You've even mentioned a Chinese colleague. So it's a mix of nationalities for you who are bunkering down at this location, right?
Yes. You can call it an international bunker. It's full with international students all over, like so many foreign citizens. Yeah.
I don't even know what to think about your situation right now, because even in that state, you're trying to keep your spirits up. And I can just imagine the external stress that you'll be feeling in this crisis. It's men and women mixed together. Do you even have toilet facilities?
Not in the bunker.
So where do you go?
You have to
when you have to go, where do you go?
You have to hold yourself until there is that break to go into your hostel for some hours. Then you are back.
Joe, what do you want officials to know as we begin to wrap up? I'm sure we'll get back to you to check on you during the day. But for now, if you had to send a key message out to Ghanaian authorities, Ghanaian officials, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, what would you want them to know now?
I'll just appeal to them. They shouldn't play politics with our situation, because it's a matter of life and death. Nobody should try and make jokes about what's happening right now. It's a serious situation that none of them would wish to be in. I mean, no Ghanaian most people would. You should see a lot of people crying under the bunker, like with hearing the bomb blast and all, not knowing when it's going to hit us. Like, people are actually crying. Grown-ups are crying. Even myself, I had to be consoled by a lot of my friends. Yeah, especially someone yesterday. I had to be consoled by a lot of my friends. It's not been easy. I hope they do not play politics of it. I want them to be proactive about the whole situation. They should start putting measures in place. Immediately there's a chance to get their citizens evacuated, they should come for us. They shouldn't wait until, everybody has, people know they can't evacuate right now, but then they are making steps. Immediately there's an opportunity, they come for their citizens. We do not want Ghanaians to wait until, it will be long overdue. Then we will never know what happens. We want them to come for us immediately they get the chance.
Well, the information that you got, that we also got yesterday from the ministry, is that some discussions are ongoing to have a plan in place. And so hopefully sooner rather than later, we'll get a clearer idea of what the plan is to ensure you and your colleagues' safety as you
Okay,
study.
a disclaimer. My hostel is a very beautiful place. It looks in a very messy condition. My hostel is a very beautiful place. And I just want the world to know, and Ghanaians also to know that Ukrainians are they are very peace-loving. They are very, very good people. They are welcoming. They are not racist. Ever since I've been here, we've been living in peace. This war is actually unprovoked. We do not know why Russians are doing this to them. And then they do not even understand what's going on. They are, it's unprovoked. So it's just not right. What's happening right now.
Joseph, you're strong. I have so much respect for you, and we'll keep you in our thoughts and prayers, all of you, as you seek shelter, and we pray that help arrives. Indeed, we will ask questions and try and find some answers for you whenever we can. So keep us posted on developments, and then we'll figure out the rest as we go along.
Thank you.
Okay, Joseph. Thank you so very much. Joseph Jackson is a Ghanaian student in Ukraine. He spoke to us yesterday, and he's speaking to us now about how things have escalated in the past 12 hours with bombardments on the university where he studies. He's saying that a number of his friends and himself are seeking shelter in a bunker because they have a military installation about 100 meters away from the school, which is the target of these Russian military troops who are invading Ukraine at the moment. We've heard from U.S. President Joe Biden yesterday calling for sanctions to be slapped on Russia for the moves they've made against Ukraine, which is a sovereign state. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson has made similar threats, saying that Russia will pay for what it is doing. So it's quite a headache for the whole world, and the whole Soviet Union conversation keeps coming back. Here in Ghana, the president is also his voice to those calls for calm. He is concerned, obviously, about the lives of Ghanaians in Ukraine. The Ghanaian Times leads with that story. So on the front page of the Ghanaian Times, there's a story on the president lamenting Russia-Ukraine conflict, expresses concern about safety, evacuations, and oil prices. Other papers are talking about the same matter. The custodian Russia-Ukraine war will affect Ghana's economy. That's according to the Honorable Afenyo Marking. This is all coming at a time when oil prices are rising, and now we are being told it's about $104 or $105 per barrel. The Finder newspaper also touches on the Ukraine situation. It says oil soars to $105 after Russia attacks Ukraine. Ghanaians to pay more for fuel is their prediction. So quite a topical issue, and the president, he's not mincing words when he says concern about the safety of Ghanaians, and the information minister was giving us these details after the incident yesterday. The ladies are still at the table, Ellen and Natasha, and I'll start with you, Natasha. You're a lecturer of the UPSA School of Law, and yes. Can you relate to the harrowing tales you've heard from Joseph as he and his friends try to keep safe in that bunker?
Yes, Thelma, I can relate to it in more ways than one. I mean, I have been a foreign student myself in another country, and I can tell you that no matter what the circumstances are under which you go abroad to study, it is not the same as being at home. So, I mean, being in a country at war takes it to a whole different level of difficulty, and I can only just empathize with Joseph and his colleagues who are in Ukraine. But that said, I must say that I don't know what the UN Security Council is doing at this point, because this is long overdue. I mean, steps should have been taken long ago to deal with this threat. Because if you look at the UN Charter, and I'll speak to it because I'm a lecturer of international law, the UN Charter talks not just about war, but about threats of war or threat of the use of force. So the moment the threats began, the UN Security Council should have acted to ensure that the threats were dealt with. They have sat by, they have waited to this point, and then as you have said, we've heard from Boris Johnson, we've heard from Mr. Biden, we've heard from quite a number of leaders across the world. And for me, it's just mere rhetoric. I really don't know what they are saying or what they are about. This is something that we should have dealt with long ago. We saw it's coming. It is not something that just sprung out. And all of us are going to suffer because of it. Because if you take oil prices that you've spoken about, for instance, you realize that even if we do not directly get our oil from Russia or from Ukraine or any of those pipelines, because of the scarcity that those who get it from there, because of the scarcity that will arise because of the war, it's going to spread across the board, all across the world. We are going to feel the pinch of it. And the world is already going through an economic crisis, you understand? So these are the things that the UN Security Council should have taken cognizance of and worked on before we got to this point. Is it that they're afraid of Mr. Putin? Is it that because Russia has been there from the very beginning of the UN, that is why they are unwilling to act? I mean, we have come a long way. The UN is over 50 years old. This should not be happening at this point.
Should not be happening is what Natasha says. Ellen, I wonder what your thoughts on these developments are.
Well, good morning to you. Good morning, Natasha.
Good morning.
I am a bit... I have a niece in Ukraine. She's studying medicine. She's in her final year. I'm just trying to get in touch with her father, my brother, to find out what's up with her.
If they've heard from her.
And that is the sort of situation that every parent, every family member who has somebody out there. I mean, she's been there for almost 6-7 years. So I presume she's finishing. And just at the end of her journey, something like this would have to happen. And when especially it's a woman, it's a girl, I mean, she just left home at 19 to go to school. So she's still a young lady. And I'm really worried about what's happening with her. And I hope I hear something from her daddy. But that tells you the sort of situation we all find ourselves in. So it hits home when you have somebody you know who is out there. And in the last few years, a lot of our students have been going to Ukraine on all manner of study lessons sponsored by government. I mean, or the Ukrainian government, the scholarships, they go there on site. So I can bet you from yesterday till this morning, a lot of parents are not too comfortable. And let me say the gentleman you just spoke to, Joseph, I mean, that's one strong young man.
He is.
And I hope God keeps him and bring him back home safely. He sounds like an intelligent, very intelligent person. We need him back home to help grow Ghana. And the same thing with all the others, because we take our best. It's the best, some of our best who are out there, who are studying. That said, and the worry and everything, as he said, it's difficult to even evacuate them. I heard yesterday that the Russians dropped a missile at the airport. So if you make a mistake and you even send a plane, if you remember what happened in Crimea, when they practically brought down, a missile brought down a whole aeroplane, it had diplomats, so it is not a very pleasant situation. So bringing them back home is going to be an issue, as Joseph said. So they are all waiting for a bit of space and then they all move. I know government is really busily getting things ready to get them out when the situation comes a bit. So if they are listening to us or they are watching us on Facebook, all I tell them is that please find somewhere safe and may God be with you. We are all praying for you. It's not a pleasant situation. Then I move on to Mr. Putin. You know, we've been on our issues in West Africa with coups and all the issues happening with us. So it's like a lot of us have not really looked at the bigger picture and looked at what is happening in the world. But it looks like President Putin of Russia is a bully. He's not just a bully. He's a bully with missiles, with nuclear weapons. He's a bully with all the to practically destroy all of us. And that is what he's doing. And as she said, the UN Security Council have sat down and watched this man he started off as president. He became prime minister, and he came back again as president. Yes. So in the last 20 years,
he's been around.
He's been around, and he's been dominant in Russian affairs and world affairs. And he's just showing us his true colors. This is what this means for us. People have been asking, what does it mean for Ghana? What it means is that our fuel prices are going to go up. We should be candid about it. Because Russia supplies 11%
of the
world's fuel. Now, there are sanctions going against them, meaning the 11% will not come. If the 11% doesn't come, it means the prices will shoot up because supply is low and demand will go up. These are pure economics. And so if you are sitting at home and you think that, oh, it is somewhere it doesn't affect you. It will affect you.
I watched this for most of the night, and
I don't get him.
In Russia, that supplies 11% of the world's fuel at the pumps to get fuel into people's cars as they want to escape the crisis in those towns that have been hit. So if if the oil producers are already feeling the pinch on day one, yesterday was day one, today is day two of the crisis, then it gives you an idea. So my grandma, who was watching this with me, and she has a less understanding of international affairs, just asked me, so it means what? And I said, and she's asking me, like, I should narrate it to her in a way she can understand. So I say, perhaps it's about us in West Africa and Ghana deciding that, you know what, perhaps one of our neighbors, and I don't want to mention a country so that we keep to the legal, side of things. We tell ourselves that, oh, X country is facing a challenge or is not happy, so we are going to help them. And then Ghana moves into that territory. And that's kind of how I explained the situation between Russia and Ukraine to my almost 85-year-old. So people are asking the same questions. What exactly is going on, and how have we allowed things to get to this state? Now, the whole world will catch this cold because this time not America, but Russia has sneezed.
Yes. Let me explain. Let me finish with this. Right. Russia is behaving like the typical ex-husband or ex-boyfriend. Ukraine was with them in the Soviet Union. So you are with this toxic boyfriend or husband and you decide that, I'm tired, I'm going. And then you leave. And as you've gone, he's always on your case. He's always, harassing you. Then one day your friends keep on telling you, this gentleman, then the way he's behaving, one day he'll create, not here. That's how he is. Then one day has happened. Yesterday, he comes to sit in front of your house. And as you are going out, he throws a stone at your car. He uses a stick to chase you. That is the way that Russia is behaving. So Ukraine is their ex-wife, in quotes. Ukraine says, I won't marry you again. Ukraine is moving on. Ukraine is trying to get their economy together. In the last 30 years, you can see that they are progressively moving away from the Soviet way of doing things. Russia says, I don't understand. That is the typical thing I can use to explain this. Because otherwise, why would we be bothered about a sovereign nation's matter? To the extent that you're actually moving, and you're attacking them by air, by land, and by sea. So you just simply don't want the people to have reprieve anywhere. And because they are who they are, it looks like what has NATO said? I haven't heard from NATO, and NATO is the closest to them. Russia is also holding the world by our balls, in quotes, because Russia decides not even assume that they themselves said they won't even produce the oil again. It doesn't matter your sanction, we won't produce. What happens to us?
You see, what we should not forget is that in the past we've seen similar things happen. We saw that Iraq invaded Kuwait in the past. We saw that the Security Council acted immediately. We saw that was when the first Gulf War occurred. So the problem or the question we should ask ourselves is, why is NATO, like she said, why is the Security Council refusing to act? Are Western neighbors gaining something from the acts of Russia? Because it begs the question that if this has happened in the past and we have established a means of dealing with such events in our international space, why don't we do the same thing? Why has the UN become a toothless bulldog?
This didn't just happen overnight. For the past few weeks,
he's been
massing, and the troops have been moving to the borders and those locations. The whole of Europe has also been responding, because even Germany has sent a number of troops. Other countries in the Euro bloc also are sending military help to help Ukraine beat the Russian invasion back. But at the end of the day, it still came as a very big shock to many when it actually happened.
I don't see it as a shock per se, but what I would like to continue to hammer on is the fact that this has happened in the past. We have dealt with it in some particular manner. Iraq does not have the same military might as Russia. Yet, when Iraq invaded Kuwait, the world moved. So it should not be different strokes for different folks. If the UN Security Council has established that this is the way in which we act when one state uses force against another, then we should go the same way. You understand?
So is it that has largely from what I've heard from the news items that I've watched, more or less called the world's bluff and said, you know what, we are doing this, and the threats he's made, even against the US and NATO that you've mentioned, have been, you know, unhidden. And he's basically saying all these sanctions that you're throwing at me from his body language,
that is the more reason why the world should
will
act.
not matter to him.
That is the more reason why the world should act. Because you see, over time, we have realized that when something happens in an African nation, immediately troops move. When something happens in the Middle East, immediately troop moves. We cannot continue to have a system where Europeans will take international law into their own hands and then get away with it. There should be some equity in our international space. And this move by Russia shows us, in no uncertain terms, that the UN Security Council is not fair in its dealings with nations.
And this is a quote from one of the releases or interviews, was it an interview, broadcast from Mr. Putin, and he reminds the world that Russia is today one of the most powerful nuclear powers in the world. And he goes on to add that if Washington, London and Paris needed reminding of the wealth of his arsenal, they should try stopping him, basically, is what he was saying. And he said no one should have any doubt that a direct attack on our country will lead to defeat and dire consequences for any potential aggressor. This is not the language of somebody who intends to back down anytime soon. And he's basically daring people to stop him.
Yes, but then we can also not sit back and allow him to invade another country. You understand? If we want to be careful and we are saying that because of the threats he's making, we don't want to invade Russia, that's fine. But that doesn't mean that Russia should also invade another country, because what Russia has done now amounts to an invasion of Ukrainian space.
NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg was also speaking yesterday. I heard him say the Kremlin's aim is to re-establish its sphere of influence, rip up the and have kept us all safe for decades and subvert the values that we hold dear. So we are hearing all the right things being said by these people, but what do we feel on the ground?
After saying all this, the question we all keep asking is, what next? And this brings me back to what I've been saying every time, and I'll continue saying it, that in this world, in this our global space, it's not about friends. People don't want to be friends. People have interests.
Exactly.
It's always about your interest. So all this should bring us to also ask ourselves as a nation, as a people, what is our interest?
Let's also not forget that war is good business for some.
Thank you.
And so there are people who will make millions from a war situation.
It's the interest that I'm talking about.
Yes.
So
you're absolutely
our
right.
interest in the current situation is that we need to get our citizens out. Our interest is that we need to make sure that whatever is happening will not affect us so greatly to the point that we would rather our economy will go bonkers.
We are looking at a fuel price increase that has led to a 15% increase in transport fares.
So it's going to go higher.
The 26th, you see? And it just re-emphasizes the need for us to perhaps find ways to
part of the interest. What is happening with TOR? Why aren't we producing our own oil? So that if Russia decides...
Why are we not refining our own oil?
Why are we not refining our own oil? Because if one day a big nation decides, like Russia, I'm misbehaving, why should that affect...
So I won't give you
why should that affect our economy? So if we're producing our own oil, we are producing oil. If we're refining our own oil, so the world one doesn't come. We just put our own oil in our cars and off we go. So you are not too much affected by what happens outside until we learn and understand that our interest also be used as pawns in this game.
I'm hearing an all lives matter thing going on here. You can join the conversation 05555610034. We'll look at other things that are happening in the papers, and I'm sure that you've followed these things very closely, because on Monday we had a sit-down with Honorable Kennedy Ejapong, and on yesterday we had another sit-down with the Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa, and we're talking about all things Parliament e-levy. The issue of Madame Adwoa Safo's absence from Parliament came up quite strongly, and she's been in the news ever since that interview on Monday. And today's papers are not silent on the issue. We are seeing the Ghanaian Times saying the Speaker of Parliament speaking yesterday to parliamentarians saying, absent Adwoa Safo does not have my permission, the Speaker said. I'll read a little bit of that story, which is on page 4 of the Ghanaian Times. And the Speaker of Parliament, Bagbin, has denied media reports that he granted the Member of Parliament for Domko Abenya, Sarah Adwoa Safo, permission to be absent from parliamentary proceedings. According to Mr. Bagbin, reports that Ms. Safo, who doubles as the Minister of Gender, Children and Social Protection, sought permission from him on health grounds were false and unfounded. There's a quote saying, I want it to be known by all that I have not granted any such interview anywhere that I granted Adwoa Safo permission. I have not said anything like that anywhere. The vote and proceedings of the House are so loud that she is absent without permission for all these days. That is on the votes and proceedings of the House. The Speaker said at proceedings in Parliament yesterday. So it's not only this that the Speaker has been very, very vocal about. He was quite stern to members of Parliament as well over what he deems as their inappropriate conduct on recent matters. And yesterday he had more to say. We actually have and let's hear what the Speaker says, and then we'll get into the details of that conversation. He's basically also warning that if the leadership of Parliament does not sit up, government may not have money to pay salaries in the next 3 months. Locate that video for you, and the Speaker of Parliament is the one making this claim, concerned about the welfare of salaried workers, saying if government runs out of monies, then salaries will not be paid. And he made these comments on the floor of Parliament on the heels of denying claims that he gave Madame Adwoa Safo permission to be absent from the House. Let's have a listen. Okay, so we'll bring you that in a bit later on. But this is what we are currently facing. Adwoa Safo is absent. She didn't ask my permission. I didn't tell her to be absent from all these proceedings. What are your thoughts? I'll start with you, Ellen, on this.
Oh, I wish I could beg the faith, honest, because
it's your party.
One is my party, and Honorable Adwoa Safo, it's a woman, and you know how tough it's been to get women where we are. And
do you think all this is very unfair to Ms. Safo in this
I haven't said that. As I said, I was begging the faith. My opinions on this matter at this time, I believe I should keep it, because I do have a lot of opinions, but for now, with us trying to get things done, I don't think all of us should jump into the fray.
You know, we don't have a Fifth Amendment in Ghana.
Well, media, I am pleading it, because as much as I'm joining Honorable Afenyo Markins, we shall not talk about this matter.
Yes, so what are your thoughts on all these things about the Honorable Minister for Gender?
Like Ellen, my thoughts are plenty, but I will share them. The first thing I have to say is that for all the parties who are represented in Parliament, and for those who will be represented in the future, we need to ensure that the vetting process is done well. That if there are any underlying issues that will come to play, we should be able to a large extent, identify them and take them out before some of these things come in. Because I don't think these issues that we are hearing, whether rumors or not, just sprung up. There are things that probably have been bubbling for a while. If a minister is absent, we are losing in two ways. We are paying that minister, we are expecting them to work for us, they are not doing so. So there's a lot of things that go into it. And the more important thing is that the minister is contravening certain rules. This is a country that is run by rules. So these rules must be followed. If we find out that any minister, no matter their political persuasion or background, is not following the rules, we have to remove them. Because in a lot of ways, this is also what corruption, you understand, because this is somebody who is receiving enumeration for job that is not being done. I don't know what her personal issues are, and I don't think we have heard from her officially. We haven't. So all we have heard are from others and rumors in the media. So we cannot really say what her problem is. But if she has a legitimate reason why she cannot be in Parliament, I believe there are ways that she can communicate that to the leadership of Parliament. We have heard from the leader of the House, the Speaker, that he hasn't heard anything from her regarding why she is absent. So I would say that as much as I want to sympathize with her because of her gender, she has certain rules, and for that we cannot hold a fort for her. I mean, once she has gone against the rules that have been established, then she has to pay the price. If that means losing her seat, then so be it. Because we need to get to a point where no matter who you are or where you find yourself, the law would apply to you. And this would be a sort of lesson for those who are in Parliament now and those who intend to go to Parliament. We have to start at some point. Perhaps it's unfortunate that it should be Ms. Safo at this point, but we need to start from some. The laws must be followed.
We've had people at the table who have also shared their opinions, and we remind you again, opinions expressed by people who were invited to our table does not reflect the opinions of GBC or any of its agents. So the makers of the comments reserve the right to their comment and the consequences thereof. I just want to, perhaps Ellen will be willing to speak on this. The Speaker has also been very vocal about the conduct of the deputy speakers in his absence, overturning and overruling some of the things that he had said in the past. That matter is before the Supreme Court, and a ruling on that is expected on the 9th of March. A story is on the front page of the Custodian newspaper, but the Speaker is also making other comments on the floor of Parliament, and this time he's expressing concern about government's ability to pay salaries in the next 3 months if leadership does not rise to the occasion.
Honourable members, the information at my disposal, this is not to discourage the committee from doing their work. If something is not done within the next 3 months, government may not even be able to pay salaries. So we have to take leadership. With this, the House is accordingly adjourned till Friday.
Okay, so that was Speaker of Parliament there with that caution that government business may be affected, and so he's calling for action immediately. And are you able to comment on the
why
speakers?
Not? This one I'll comment.
This one you will, okay. Go on then.
So this Parliament, as Speaker said, is a brand new Parliament, in quotes. I mean, everything is new. They are now charting the waters as it is, because it's the first time ever, as he also said, the first time ever that any such situation is popping up. And the framers of our Constitution, I don't think they ever envisaged that something like this will happen. And that is why our Constitution is a living document. So I think in a lot of situations about the fact that he's angry that his deputy keeps on changing his rulings,
which is being interpreted at the Supreme Court. The ruling expected on March 9.
As I said, it's a brand new situation. So Speaker can be angry. Yes, he has a right to. But if he doesn't want his deputy to be changing his things, then he should be in his seat. Because if you are in your seat, nobody will change it.
Even though he has a medical
emergency. Yes, I know. Even though I know, that is what makes it so unique and new. Because in other parliaments, usually the Speaker and his first deputy Speaker are from the same party. Usually it is the second deputy Speaker who may be from another party. So this is also a very brand new situation where the Speaker is from a different party and the first deputy Speaker is also from a different party. So the Speaker has already told us that as much as he will be fair, he is not neutral. He does come from a background. He does come from a political party. And so you do not expect that they are going to have it easy. They would not. Because what the first deputy Speaker believes his convictions, his political ideologies are very, very different from the speaker. I think it is up to them as two grown-up adults and two people who are in charge of a whole institution of government to find a middle ground. So the Supreme Court will help them find the middle ground, but after that, even in the implementation of what the Supreme Court says, whatever it says that the Supreme Court will say, they would have to come into a middle ground so that they can get issues and government business going. Just as Speaker said, if they don't do their things well and don't show leadership, in the next 3 months, the whole government and the whole country is going to grind to a halt. And they have to do their part. It doesn't matter. I think it's high time. Last year and the first 2 months of this year, fighting over this matter in Parliament. I think it's high time, as Speaker said, they should all come down, behave as Ghanaians and people who were sent there by Ghanaians, and we are all watching them, and behave themselves and do what they have to do.
Behave themselves is what you're saying. Natasha, it's a colleague of yours from the UPSA, Justice Abdullahi, who is seeking the declaration that it was unconstitutional for the first Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Mr. Joseph Osei-Wusu, to have counted himself for the purpose of making up the quorum of half the members of Parliament required by Article 1041 when Parliament approved the 2022 budget statement and economic policy of government on 30th November 2021. What can you share?
Well, I can't share much because the matter is sub judice. To speak on it would be to the outcome of the matter. But what I can say is that Parliament, like all our state institutions, is governed by rules, and these rules must be followed. It's not a matter of discretion to determine who is going to determine what is right and what is not. The rules are clear, and I believe that the Supreme Court would make a determination on what the rules, how the rules should be applied. But the important thing is that because the rules are clear, it is not for the Speaker and for the Deputy to interpret the rules. We'd leave that for the Supreme Court to do. But the rules should be in such a way, or the interpretation should be in such a way that the people who occupy those positions cannot come and give their own interpretation to it. The interpretation should be left to those who have the powers of the state to do so.
And we'll be picking your thoughts. The number is 055 5561034. Remember to keep your comments temperate so that we can accommodate it on our platforms, and reiterating once again that you reserve the right to your comments. It's not necessarily a reflection of GBC's own thoughts and opinions. So you reserve the right to those comments, and CAF is ready to let's hear them now.
Thank you very much, Thelma. Hi, ladies. How are you doing, Natasha?
I'm very well.
Nice one. People of Ghana should pray that this premeditated attack on Ukraine comes to an end soon without more casualties. This is Amankwa Su who has given us that message. Ketre Asante, living in a country that is at war is very terrifying. Almost a year ago, some people who were calling themselves the youth in Eswatini and who were accusing the Swazi king of taking all the powers in the kingdom made a similar attempt to remove him from power. It was hell. As a Ghanaian who has never witnessed war, who decided to pack up and come home, I wasn't going to come back home and get killed. I left almost everything of mine and came home. Today the uprising has been quelled. Many people have died. Others have been arrested. But here I am at home. Somebody sharing an experience from Eswatini. He's back home now safely. Hi T, are we being told that the UN is just a bulldog which can only bark but cannot bite?
Obviously.
Silas says, listening to the press release by NATO, EU and UN yesterday clearly shows that they're weak, and world superpowers like USA, China, Germany, France and others should move in to end Putin's madness. Now, Zuberu says, I don't want to agree with the panelists that Russia is misbehaving. The world must look at the threat NATO poses to Russia. Hashtag GTV breakfast. These things will continue to happen when we whitewash everything the West does. Do we condemn America when they attack? If expansion of NATO is good, why are Russians' actions wrong? Although I pray Russia ceases fire, what is good for the goose, or sauce for the goose is surely sauce for the gander. There should be respect for international laws. Aaron says we expect the legislature to conduct themselves to the conformity of the and misbehavior there. All right, so we've got some scripture here. The lazy man doesn't roast what he took in hunting, but diligence is man's most precious possession. Proverbs 12:27 NKJV. Why are we not processing our crude oil and exporting it raw when we have Tor? So from raw to Tor. Salam alaikum. Good morning, Thelma. You believe, and this is your view, that Ajoseph is behaving like Putin. But now in Ghana, we have two strong men, Kena Jepong and IGP Tampere, who are giving us hope that they have men. Thanks to your man. You think she should be sacked? That's Nana Major Suleiman. Ifwa, women's gold. My heart goes out to all foreign students in Ukraine and even the indigents. Scares me a bit when, just after threats from Russian president, he launches weapons to actualize his threats. My thoughts and fears are, is the world really coming to an end? Nations will rise up against nations. May God save us all. Our pockets would be in a sorry state, even if we have pockets. That would be another issue. As these happenings in Ukraine may worsen our plight. Fuel prices are expected to go up on Saturday. So yeah, kudos to your panelists for the discussion on Ukraine. Issues are far deeper than discussed. Ukraine's desire to be a NATO member significantly puts Russia at risk, and coupled with President Putin's paranoia, what was happening was expected. However, responding to the aggression must be tactful, otherwise our world will be tragically different after everything is over. Shalom, peace, and life to you. You think the government is sleeping. By now, you think the president is planning to send his message to Russia. Come on, guys. Too much satire in the morning. Joseph is a woman, and women can behave like men. I agree on that. And Ukraine, Russia has planned this for a long time. After Ukraine, which country is next? We must keep watching some strange. There may be a third world war happening. And remember, in our own sub-region, there's a group called the Wagner Group, who are mercenaries, and the thing is that they are supposed to have the tacit approval of the Russian government, so they're already here in West Africa anyway. So yeah, those are things you need to think about. One more message: NATO wanted to create bases and station weapons in Ukraine, close to Russia. Russia won Ukraine, they refused. Would you allow your enemy to out his weapons in your neighbor's house? So these are the comments that are coming in. Keep them flowing on 055-556-1034. Remember, in the last hour, we'll be talking to Atongo Zimba. He may have a thought or two on what's happening in Ukraine as well. So you stay with us. Back to Thelma, Natasha, and Ellen.
Thank you, Kaf. So lots of opinions being shared there on the screen on some of the stuff that you've talked about.
The last one that both of us, I think, want to. The last comment, he said,
okay, Kaf,
would you allow your enemy to
put his weapons in your neighbor's house?
Is it your house?
This is the point. Would you allow your enemy to put his weapon?
Yes, in your neighbor's house. Is it your house? So you don't have a right to go into your neighbor's house because you think your enemy has put his weapons there. You protect yourself.
That's all.
It's neither here. You definitely don't go into your neighbor's house uninvited.
Into your neighbor's house like that.
Get an invitation before you jump into. Thank you, Cap. When there's more, we'll perhaps come to you to pick your thoughts on it. I'm guessing that we can safely move on to other topics now. Yes. Apiate again. We are still not forgetting that harrowing accident that happened there, which led to the death of a number of people. And in the Finder newspaper, the Honorable Abu Jinapo is in the news, not satisfied with the 4 million Chamber of Mines donated to the fund. And I'll get that story on page 8 of the paper. I'll just read a bit of it so that you have an idea of what the Minister for Lands is talking about. So it says the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Samuel Abu Jinapo, has expressed his utter dissatisfaction with a cash donation of $4 million presented by the Ghana Chamber of Mines to the Apiate Support Fund, established to, among others, support the victims of the Apiate explosion incident and reconstruct the community. The Chamber made the presentation at the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources yesterday. Presenting the donation, President of the Ghana Chamber of Mines, Mr. Eric Isubonting, said the Chamber was very concerned about the incident and had therefore pooled resources culminating in the $4 million they were presenting. He revealed that the main contributors to the donation are Anglo Gold Ashanti Limited, Shirano Gold Mines Limited, Goldfields Ghana Limited, and Newmont Ghana Limited. And he also said the chamber has a total membership of over 70 companies. Expressed his hope that the other members would contribute to the fund. And then he goes on to thank the minister, and there are other details in there. And later on in the story, the minister thanked the chamber for and particularly the 4 main contributors for the donation made. However, he expressed his disappointment and dissatisfaction with the amount donated by the chamber. He said, given the membership of the chamber, the industry they are engaged in, and their portfolio, the donation made was very insignificant, is the word he used, having regard to the distraction caused. So more details in the Finder newspaper, page 8. A support fund has been set up to help the victims and the community to rebuild, and monies have started coming in. But the minister says this particular one from the Chamber of Commerce, Chamber of Mines, is inadequate. $4 million inadequate. Your thoughts?
I agree with him 100%, because the sort of monies that the members of the Chamber of Mines, even though yes they are entitled to it, but let's remember the people of Apiate and people like them are the ones from whom they get these resources. And so for a chamber that is numbered over 70, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 times 7, 70, more than that, $4 million, seriously. And this $4 million was contributed by just 4 companies. So let's even assume they are 70. What is up with the 66 companies? They contributed nothing. Do we know if they have the financial mass? Of course, the names that we have here are the ones that are presumed to be the big let's even assume there are 4. It's 4 million. Let's assume everyone donated 1 million. So the rest, they can't donate $10,000. They can't donate $20,000. Nothing.
But is there enough? Is there any amount that will be worth the
No, but the point is, I agree with there's no amount enough worth the lives of the people. But it's an accident that has happened. And we are all trying to rebuild. And so the minister is right. A over 70 member, what is their name? Is it team? And are they trying to tell us that all their 70 members are not working?
Ellen, let's shelve this for now. There's breaking news from the camp of Ukraine, and Joseph is just telling us now that another bomb has hit very near where they are bunkering down in that bunker, and there's a lot more people who are now seeking safety and sheltering with them in that underground space. And he joins us now with details. Joseph, are you okay?
Yeah.
What happened?
I'm okay. Just a few minutes after speaking to you, I just tried to make my makeshift bed, which I'll be using for some, just in case. But then, while I was on it, as usual, we heard a very loud blast, and then the alarms went off. So I want you to have a feel of how the bunker looks like when the students settle in. And then these are even just few students. The rest are still trooping in bit by bit. You see a lot of students here. A lot of students here who are all trying to communicate with their families, and then also a lot of them are trying to communicate with their families. Others too are playing games, just trying to keep themselves safe here. Yeah.
Where were they before they came here, and did they see exactly what happened? Because when we spoke to you before, there was not as many people as we see in your shots now.
Yeah, there were not many people here because we were asked to go and then have breakfast and all, because we spent the whole night here. The situation changed in less than 20 minutes. We've had almost several bombardments, as I told you, very close to our university. And so the alarm went off, and we've been asked to gather at the bunker again. So you can see a lot of students who have amassed here already. That's how it has been like. It's like a cycle. We keep going in and out of this bunker, and then it gets so uncomfortable sometimes. When students come in, the dust that is here is so unbearable. So some of us have to be in nose mask because the dust becomes very too much when students come in here. So that's the situation right now.
Right. John, are there university officials around, or is it just you, the students, there now?
It's just students.
And
It's
I'm
just
guessing
students.
that
Most of the
nobody really
students have
knows
gone.
what to do at this point, right?
We are all confused. I mean, we are all stranded. The administrators of the hostels are here. They haven't left us anyway. They are here with us, encouraging us, and then they sound the alarm anytime they feel there's the need for that. And even without the alarm being sounded, we know the drill already. When we hear any loud noise, you see everybody rushing, trying to pick their stuff to rush back into the bunker.
Joseph, I don't even have the words to speak to you, to even pick your thoughts right now, because I can just only imagine what a terrifying situation it would be. And we can only pray that help arrives very quickly. Do keep safe. I mean, we are seeing a lot more people than when we spoke to you about 30 or so minutes ago, and it was very because of the blast that you're telling us you heard just a few minutes ago. A lot more students are seeking safe places to shelter, and obviously not a pleasant situation. Joseph Youngson is a Ghanaian student in Ukraine. He's been talking to us since yesterday on the situation in that country with the escalation of the crisis caused by the Russian invasion. Joseph, keep safe, and like I said, we'll keep in touch with you, and if there is any information that we also pick when we share your story with some of the officials who sit at the table with us, we will pass it on as soon as we can. So as much as possible, keep safe and try and keep faith as well. Joseph Youngson is a Ghanaian student in Ukraine. He's been helping us understand the exact details of what the invasion means to people who are country. He's told us this morning that a few of the students who are in his hostel in the university have been asked to seek shelter in the bunker of that university. He's also told us that there's a military installation very close to where they are housed at the hostel, and so the fears are that if the Russian troops are seizing military installations, then perhaps at some point that installation would also be under the military control from the Russia side. He's saying that it's not safe for him to leave where they are because they don't even know which direction to head in. They've heard reports that government is working on a plan, but no one has been in touch with them directly to offer any guidance on how they should keep safe. He's told us there's no money at the ATMs, so though he has money on his visa, he's not able to make any withdrawals. They have access to some food items and water for now, but if they have no idea how the situation will continue, then they don't know how long that will last. His key call is for help to arrive soon. So I'm still monitoring events in Ukraine, and you've just heard back from your brother about your niece and how's she faring. Is she okay? Is she keeping safe?
According to my brother, they were trying to get her out of the country. So as we speak, she's on a bus to a neighboring country. I don't think I should mention where she's going.
For safety.
And the neighboring country has closed its borders. So we are not in a very... I have goosebumps. You know.
Yeah, so
I'm just praying for her. And I was even... Apparently, she left Ghana when she was 17. So
how old is she now?
She'll be 23 in December.
So she's been there about 6 years almost.
22, yes. So for us, my brother is
that's still his little girl.
His firstborn, actually.
Yeah, that's
so
still,
you
that's
can,
still.
And family. So all my father, everybody is.
We'll keep everyone in Ukraine, Ghanaian or not, especially, but because we are Ghanaians, more especially, we might be keeping our prayers more with the Ghanaian side. But indeed, everyone in that country is in our thoughts and prayers. And we know what war can do to women and children. We know that when you pack your bags and you're leaving, I was saying this at the beginning of the program, that I watch these people packing bags and dragging them along. People are trying to get on buses, and your niece's situation, she's trying to get on a bus, and you don't know. You're obviously not taking your TV. So for those of you who might be, very proud of the couch, like we are proud of our yellow couch now, and you're proud of your 100-inch TV screen, life-size television screen. This is the reality of war. Everybody bunkering down underground in a little space, so thoughtful for male or female, no toilet facilities in that bunker. If you are pressed, you just have to wait for when the all clear is given to come up to the surface to relieve yourself of whatever is pressing on you. So let's keep these people in our prayers, and we hope that help arrives. The government officials, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, has told us that a certain plan is being worked on. We hope that it is resolved very quickly and the help arrives as soon as possible, because the situation, from what Joseph Youngson is telling us, is perhaps getting worse by the minute. Ellen will not be in a good place to speak more on it, but are you able to share more thoughts because of what we've heard, Natasha, from Joseph?
Yes, as I listened to Joseph, I could just empathize with him, because one thing I hate is loud noises. I mean, just driving past all that has musketry and those kind of things sets me off. So to be in a position where you cannot move out, they can hear. Yes, you cannot escape the offending sound, and you just have to sit there and listen. I can just imagine the mental torture that those students are going through. And to add to that, nobody's talking about the cold. You understand?
There's no heating where they are.
Exactly, there's no heating. And for some of us who don't do very well with cold, and at this time of the year, we are just going past February. So anything at all is what? Early spring. So the cold alone, when we are sitting in an AC in Ghana, is about what, 16?
I've just complained that, it's too cold in the studio, perhaps they should turn it down.
And that's like hot out there, because they are probably going like 6, 7, 8 or something at this time of year. So, I mean, just empathizing with them, it's not just the war situation, but the fact that certain comforts that you would ordinarily want to have, you cannot have. It must be a lot of mental torture, and my heart just goes out to them. We are going to pray that the UN would be quick enough to call for a ceasefire of sorts, so that at least the civilian population will be able to move out of that place.
Is it?
If you're going to go against the military installations, I mean, it's something that we will not excuse, but at least we can entertain to some degree. But for the civilian population to move out, especially because it's a university town, university towns attract all sorts of civilian people. There are going to be lecturers, students, there are going to be vendors of all sorts.
Ukraine has invoked martial law, and their president, Volodymyr Zelensky, is saying anyone who is above 18 and is able to pick up a gun should rise to the occasion and protect their country. So even at this point, for those who are running away, there's a potential down the line of being brought back, because if you're saying to be running away, desertion, because that's a treasonable offense. You cannot leave your country when it's a kind of thought that should run through our heads when we make
there's no win in the situation.
When we make the case for peace, and when we make the case for war not being the solution, when we make the case for coups not being the solutions, because if your country is at war, you will be called upon to fight. And President Zelensky's people are not having a good time of things right now. We'll keep the focus on Ukraine a bit more, and then whenever there's an update, we will share it. So also follow GBC News for updates from the news bulletins on that developing situation. For now, we are still keeping the focus on Apiate and the donation from the Chamber of Mines. Ellen says she completely agrees with the Minister, Honorable Abu Jinapo, who has been with us at the table, and she's siding with him that $4 million for the kind of companies that these mining is woefully inadequate. Tasha.
I agree with her, Ellen, and the minister. I mean, I think it's just a drop in the cup. I am disappointed, especially that the Chamber of Mines did not press on their people to make a better donation.
How much would have been better in your estimation?
You see, we are looking at rebuilding the entire town. We are looking at a situation.
Interrupt you. The minister said they could easily have taken over the rebuilding of the whole place. The minister said it. Why must government of Ghana use our small taxes to rebuild these places when you are in direct?
You see, the events that occurred happened because a mining company belonging to this chamber did not follow the lay-down rules that they were supposed to. So the chamber should, put in a little more effort.
And because I see Chirano Gold Mines mentioned in the group that have put these monies together, and it was one of the mines of Chirano that was going to receive the explosives.
Chirano, they are paying $5 million.
So they have paid $5 million.
They are
already.
fine. Yes, but they are
$6 million already,
so,
with $5 million to be spread over a
they
period.
pay $10 million.
So they've already borne that fine of $6 million, and now they've contributed to the chamber's donation.
You see, but this gives us an opportunity for a wider conversation. The point is, do the mining companies and the chamber do enough for the people who live in the catchment areas of the mines? Their conditions their living conditions do not reflect the kind of fortunes that come out of the mine. So the conversation should be broadened a little more. For this particular situation, I do believe that they should take over the rebuilding of their city. They should provide adequate housing. They should provide infrastructure, commercial buildings, hospitals, other things that are needed, playgrounds, schools, hospitals, and police stations, etc. And in addition to that, they should provide utilities for the people. Because see how long it takes for the average Ghanaian to get electricity in their home when they have put up a new building. These are because government does not have the, what's the right word to use in this situation? Not just the infrastructure, but the funds, perhaps, to make it available at the click of a button or the snap of your fingers. So the mines should ensure that these people who had these utilities before the accident occurred should have them, and should have them immediately.
There's a quote here I want to highlight in the story on page 8 of the Finder, and a bit further on from where I left off the last time. Mr. Jinapo, I'm reading this straight as printed. Mr. Jinapo said, having visited the people of Apiate on several occasions after the tragedy, he's aware of the general feeling of the people. And there's a quote, that's where it starts. Most of them feel they were sitting in their homes doing their little farming, only for some mining they do not benefit from, cause an explosion that has devastated their lives and made them miserable. And the minister said it is not out of place for the chamber to take up the entire cost, like you're saying, of the reconstruction of the community. And if he had his way, he would have compelled the chamber to do so. Mr. Jinapo pointed out that he was excited that the chamber named the companies that contributed, and he looks forward to the other companies doing same, encouraging the chamber to publish the names of the companies and the amount they are contributing for transparency and accountability.
So the chamber works for the mines, so perhaps they are leaning towards the interest of the mines rather than Ghanaians. So what I would say once again, I can only go back to the law, that our laws should change. We should have to ensure that when things of this happen, we don't go begging or we don't go appealing to the senses of the chambers, but we have laws in place that would ensure that the right things are done at the right time.
So get-rich-quick schemes have been a thing to be kept on the... because of what happened with other schemes that have gone south very quickly. Iyoko this time yesterday issuing a key warning. The Ghanaian Times is capturing that story on page 15. Iyoko warns public about 2 Ponzi schemes operating online. That's on page 15. And the story reads, the Economic and Organized Crime Office Iyoko has cautioned the public against investing and patronizing 2 companies operating illegal online investment schemes. The companies, Royal Gardens Network and Haptel Mobile Money Lending, have been found to be operating Ponzi schemes. The statement yesterday by Faustina Latte, head of public affairs, Iyoko, said the companies were neither registered by the Bank of Ghana nor the Securities and Exchange Commission SEC. It said the 2 companies were also not registered with the Registrar General's Department. And the quote, checks have established that Royal Gardens Network and Haptel Mobile Money Lending have not been registered to operate as online investment companies, and that they only exist in the virtual space ostensibly to defraud unsuspecting victims. It noted Iyoko had for some time now been monitoring the activities of the 2 online investment schemes, and the statement said the modus operandi of the companies was to entice victims to invest in the companies while promising them high returns. This, it indicated, was carried through the use of mobile money and WhatsApp platform channels, and once they have defrauded their victims, they immediately close and delete the WhatsApp group. A different group is subsequently created with new members. The site is repeated. So the statement advised the public to desist from investing and patronizing the companies which have been found to be operating a Ponzi scheme, and they gave the assurance that they will continue to monitor online investments with a view to ensuring that citizens were protected from scammers and fraudsters in line with its mandate to prevent and detect organized crime. It comes with a photograph of Madam Mame Tiwa Adodankwa, who is the Iyoko boss. So, do you see a repeat of what we've seen in times past with this online schemes again?
It's difficult to monitor these online schemes, and I think we should applaud Iyoko for even taking the time and energy to come up with this statement, because the online space is so vast that monitoring itself is a problem. I think that the responsibility ought to be shared by the average Ghanaian. We ought to be able to think for ourselves and realize that sometimes where the returns are too good to be true, they actually are too good to be true. And I think that at this point, this is the reason why some of this is the reason why we should applaud the NIA card and the use of it for registration of SIM cards, for instance, because then it would allow us to identify the people behind these sorts of schemes and then to give them the proper punishment when they are caught. The only caveat would be that those who are registering the NIA cards should ensure that they are not doing any backdoor registration to allow these unscrupulous persons to get in anyway. Because once your NIA card is linked to your SIM and it's linked to your bank and it's linked to all other things, it's linked to registration of landed property, for instance. If you engage in anything such as this and we find you, we can always go to court for an order, auction of your property and give it back to the people who have suffered for it. But until we get to a point where things work like that, it is the responsibility of the average Ghanaian to think for themselves and to ensure that when they are entering into any kind of investment, the investment is through a business that is duly registered.
And that is the problem, isn't it, Ellen? That people would chase the more money aspect and refuse to follow the due diligence process of actually verifying that the companies that they are dealing with are legal.
We seem to have a problem as a people. Do you remember when Iyoko and the Bank of Ghana was issuing out statements warning all of us about the men's gold saga, about all other Ponzi schemes that had happened? And we had Ghanaians who actually went on the streets against the Bank of Ghana. It happened in Ghana.
Yes, it did.
When the people who regulate the whole thing were telling you that this thing is fake, they'll pick your money and run away. Well, some of us went on demonstration against the Bank of Ghana. And then when the whole thing went south, we are the same people who are screaming on government to pay you back. Pay you back with whose money? With my taxpayer, my small taxes that they have collected. It's high time we start telling people in the face that if you go invest with such a company and your money goes away, it is gone. Government will not pay you back. Government will not take the flag for it. Because when you are enjoying the profits of that, did you pay taxes on it? Did government enjoy anything from it? These things has happened over and over again. For those of us who come from the Bunu areas, what that DKM thing has done to people there, DKM, God is love, God favor, whatever it is. Look, every person should understand anything that promises you more astronomical profits, as my father will say, is leading you to death. And that is what is happening. Now, I was expecting that with the men's gold saga still sitting on our necks, we are not done with it. People are actually giving their money to companies online. They don't know the physical location. Even men's gold, where we knew physical location, look at what has happened. This one, you don't know them from anywhere. You join them through the internet, and then you join a WhatsApp group. Seriously, you give your money to somebody, an administrator of a WhatsApp group. Hey, people don't fear things, eh? And then when your money is gone, then you come and disturb all of us. Me that I didn't go and do some. Why must my money, my taxes that I pay be used to settle you? people the hard truth as it is. And it's good Iyoko is coming out and warning them. Now with this warning, we are all pinning it. We are putting it down on our phones. Let something happen and let somebody comes to make noise. They'll hear from some of us. Why must we behave this way? Because of your greed. You decide to go and invest where you want to invest. The money goes, they run away with your money. And then you come and disturb everybody. Every single body, every human being in Ghana should stop doing what they are doing. And our monies that are meant for roads, that are meant for the hospital, you are even demanding for everything. Government should give it to you to replace your money. The government send you.
Shots fired at the table, and we'll perhaps wrap, unless there's
absolutely nothing. Sometimes you need to tell people in their face as it is. If you go and you invest in this, as Iyoko has said it, forget about your money. If somebody runs away with your money, you decided to play slack and they have taken your money. Simple.
Amadeko, passionate submission ending our headlines today. Member of the National Communication Team for the NPP and also a National Women's Organizer hopeful of the party, Ellen. Yeah. Thank you. Of course, Natasha now Dakai Lamti, lecturer UPSA. Are you going back to school on Monday?
Well, we'll see.
She has to.
I wish we had. I wish we had
time to go into it.
I wish we had time to pick your thoughts on that. But hey, that's you take strike.
Do we have lectures on Monday? But we'll see.
I just the question I was asking. So, lecturer at the UPSA School of Law. Thank you, ladies, for joining me. We've talked about Ukraine and the worrying situation there. A Ghanaian student who's spoken to us, Joseph Youngson, says a few minutes ago the situation got even worse. It's been bad the past 12 or so hours, but it's got even worse, and they are all just keeping safe in a bunker with no heating at all. We know what the cold can be. And he's saying there's a military installation close by, so there are fears it could possibly be hit by the Russian military troops. We are praying that the help will arrive in a timely manner. For now, we'll be taking a break, and when we return, the Yellow Couch will come alive with a chat. We are scooping from the camp of Atongo Zimba. And Kaf is asking the question, how did he know that there is no beer in heaven? Perhaps today he will answer that question. You don't want to miss that chat. It's Friday and we are jazzing it up.
Will go down.
It's 5 p.m. somewhere in the world. And so we'll go for that quick break. And when we return, we'll enjoy some delicious music, delicious to the ears from Atongo Zimba. We'll be back.
Live from GBC Studio 1, this is The Breakfast Show.
Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast. Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast. So what's your pleasure than Votrasie at that time of the morning?
You want it served buffet style, complimentary breakfast?
On-site restaurant?
Or room service?
We've got you covered.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
With a trusted team.
So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
Coming live from the capital, this is The Breakfast Show.
Morning, my neighbors.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
Yeah, all the time. Okay, let's take a peek. I brought my spine.
There are certain things that we do to help the children with their brushing.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
You want it served buffet style?
On-site restaurant?
Complimentary breakfast?
Off of your plate chicken vegetables. So in my lifetime, I haven't seen Ghana Black Stars win an African Cup.
Can I show what this written about?
Yes, definitely.
Where's the camera?
Just stand and turn.
So what's your pleasure than Votrasie at that time of the morning? So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
We've got you covered with a trusted team.
Live from GBC Studio 1, this is the Breakfast Show.
Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
So what's your pleasure than Votrasia at that time of the morning?
You want it served buffet style, complimentary breakfast?
On-site restaurant.
Or room service?
We've got you covered.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
With a trusted team.
So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
Yeah, all the time. Okay, let's take a peek. I brought my spine.
There are certain things that we do to help the children with their brushing.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
You want it served buffet style?
On-site restaurant.
Complimentary breakfast?
Off of your plate in vegetables.
So in my lifetime, I haven't seen Ghana Black Stars win an African Cup.
Can I show what is written on the back?
Yes, definitely.
Where's the camera?
Just stand and turn.
So what's your pleasure than Votrasia at that time of the morning? So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
We've got you covered.
With suffering in Ukraine, we also think of happiness in other parts of the world. And on the warmer side of the studio, we've got a gentleman who has been performing music for a very long time, a musician, a griot, who has performed with the greats, including Fela Kuti. And then here in Ghana, Ochami Kwame, King Ayusoba, Wiyala have all collaborated with him. His journey has been a great and interesting one, and we are so delighted to have him here in the studio. The one and only Atongo Zimba. Good to see you.
Thank you very
Bulika.
much. Number.
Good to have you here. How do you know that in heaven there's no beer?
As usual, when you die, you are buried. So you can't get beer there. There's no beer in the floor. So you can know that this one, it's automatically to know that there is no beer there.
Do you like beer?
I like it.
You do like it?
I do.
So, give us the history of this song. I mean,
okay,
this song from the 90s, you know.
This song, yeah. This song mostly, when I created it, I have my Dutch friend called Koos, Mr. Koos. He was a pilot. He has this pilot making this. He was making Ghana map, and I think it still exists. And they was having this airline. And normally, when that time I used to bask in the beach. Like I go to the Body Beach and I do my things. And they used to like my songs, so they will call me and sit down, and we'll be drinking a lot of beers, you know. And when I drink, then I say, no, the road that I cross, it's not. I see the road tutu. Cool. I see whether I'm taking this one or this sky be red or blue. I don't know. So when I reach home, the next day, I went back to them. Then I started singing that song that there is no beer in heaven. So it means don't overdrink and die. So don't give me too much of drink so that I can die. Because if I die, the next day you'll be sitting in the beach drinking and talking about my name. I will not be part of it. That's why I say, hey. It's a warning. So people take it in a different way.
It's a warning.
So Catholic, a lot of the pastors, they said this song is not good. Like I'm asking people to drink a lot of beer, but it's not asking people to drink a lot of beer.
Okay.
I'm asking people to take, because in my world, I don't want to tell people don't do this or don't do this.
Mm-hmm.
I give you your own choice, because God himself, he give us our choice to do it. So as a human, when I'm thinking something, I'm thinking for everybody in choice. So the choice is don't overdrink. I don't say don't drink, but don't overdrink. If you drink it, drink to your limit, go home. Don't say, also, they're party. We are making party or something. Because the drink is free, he will overdrink. Because on top, In the end, maybe you will not even reach home. Are you drinking or you are enjoying? That's the thing.
So that's the message.
That's the message. That's the message.
And this song was composed in the 90s.
Yes, please.
Are you surprised with the success of this particular song?
You know, the Ghana mostly they like this song so much. So I was wondering because the song itself is not really that top in Europe. There are other songs that the Europeans like.
Okay.
But this song particularly.
This is a Ghana people song. Let's talk a little bit about Europe. And I know you've performed in so many countries around the world and in Europe. I'm just curious, have you performed in Russia before?
Yes.
Yeah. How about Ukraine?
Latvia. No. I've been in Russia is a big place. I've been in Latvia.
You've been in Latvia.
Yeah.
Are you following the issues, this war between Russia and Ukraine in the news?
Yeah. I think it's very sad with this modern world to be killing one another again, and we have this COVID and this kind of, So I think it's really not good. But I'm not a politician, and I don't want to be part of, politics. I just want to make music. For me, I think it's not fair. I think everybody has their own independent right to choose what he wants. It's not about territory. It's not about this. It's not about this. Everybody can choose. Just like, everybody can choose whatever he wants to wear or whatever he wants to be with or which person he wants to be with. I mean, we are all humans. So I don't think it's a good thing, mostly with this COVID time. So I'm really feeling bad, because I think it's very bad for them. And then the president of Russia, Putin, I think is doing really a bad thing. And I think he's going to suffer for it.
You think so?
Yes.
How do you think he'll suffer?
This man, you cannot fight him with weapons. So they have to fight him with sanctions, like some rules. If they block all the money that he's getting to get that power, they block everything. When they all went corrupt, they will stop. That's what they are using now. And I think it's a good step to go. And they will really do it. Because yesterday in London, our Prime Minister was really serious about it. And then if you look American, they were also serious about it. The only people who are not serious is the Chinese, so we have to watch out.
You think they are playing an interesting game? What kind of game do you think they are playing?
Because Russia gives them weapons as they want. They support Russia with money. So that's where we have to be careful.
You get our Prime Minister in the UK. Are you a British man?
I have a British passport, so what can I say?
Okay. Tell me how that happened. I'm from a young man who was born in the Upper East region, in a little village not too far from Bolga.
Yeah, Sakote.
Close to the Burkina.
Closely going to Burkina Faso.
What are you doing with a British passport, playing in so many countries around the world, based in the UK? Let's take it all the way to the beginning.
Because I got married to a white woman, and I settled there. And that's why I got my passport.
Okay, now let's come back to the beginning.
Yes.
Do you always know you're going to be a musician?
Yes. When I was born. When I was born, I was playing the instrument. I will be going to classes and I'll be singing whilst I'm going.
Can you take us back? Can you sing some of the songs you used to sing, if you can remember them?
Oh, we used to have like in school, in classes, Sif March. That is my exciting time.
Okay.
In those times. And if you ask my classmates, they will tell you. And when they are learning, I start to hit. I like to make rhythms with my table. I will make the rhythms. So I went to when I went home to my grandfather, then he built me a small instrument. He said to my father that this guy, he has to play the instrument. That's why he's doing that. So they built me this.
The Kongo.
When they built me the Kongo, when I start playing Kongo, I get stopped schooling. Because the Kongo was taking me everywhere. Whatever I wanted from the school to give me, the Kongo was already giving me.
Play me one of the songs.
Sharava, Zola Sala Gepawine, Zola Sala Gepawine, Ubu Zola Sala Gepawine, Yen Tose, Aburba Kangama Yen Tose, Uwe Malani Bai. Sharava, so when the Lord get us ready, we got to move. So when the Lord get us ready, we got to move, yeah. God people, God children, God people, I. Time is coming. Sharava, Kai, Sharava, Kai.
Oh, wow.
Thank you.
Love that. I understood what you're saying in English, but what were you saying before? That was Frafra, right?
Yes, Zola Sala Gepawine. You know, in this world, when you are living in this planet, your first respect before you go to church or mosque is to respect your fellow human being. That's the secret. I'm living like this. And when you live that kind of life, people look you so cheap and so funny. But because you know the benefit you get out of it, that's why I made a song. Zola Sala Gepawine. If you don't respect other human beings and you go to church, who are you praying for? Because the church, the God himself is telling we are God. So whose God are you praying when you can deserve nature? Because I'm nature. I didn't come by myself. The Spirit brought me. So if you respect me, you respect God. If I respect you, I respect God. That's why we have to live.
Is society less respectful these days?
Society is more into races. Society is more into jealousy. Society is more into pains. Society is more into violence. Okay, but if you don't want to be part of this society, you are a different person.
Do you feel different?
I feel different because I'm different. I'm not like others. Because there's other things that I will not do. There's plenty of things that people are doing in Ghana here. They know it's wrong, but they still do it.
Like
they throw the rubbish in the bin. They throw it they drink pure water. They throw it on the floor. They know what they are doing is not good. They know it could kill an old lady in her house by choking the gutter. They know that. They are not children. 3-year-old boy knows that, but they do it.
Why?
Because we know and we do it. That's Ghana. You can get diabetes or you get high blood pressure because things they know this is no good, they will still do it. They know say here, for no shit, they'll go and sit there. That's why Ronis was saying that even cat is better than us. They think it's insulting. It's not insulting. It's not insulting. You must get telling that I cannot believe my own people shitting like this. You know what I mean? This is the way we are. Go to Choco, go to this, go see the plastic there. Go see what is going on there. You said you cannot believe you are in Ghana.
Is that why you spend most of your time abroad?
Oh, it's not. No, I cannot say because of that I spend most of my time in abroad. Because abroad is also brightening my brains.
How?
It brightens my brains in a different way of the way I see my people. I see my people complaining, but we shouldn't complain now. Now the world is open for everybody to move. Move and stop complaining. We are complaining a lot. We don't move. But
how should we move?
It's our journey. This is your journey of your daily. Your daily is to move. Even the ant, when they wake up, they are busy. Move. It's a simple thing. You don't need to go to university to learn this. Watch the ant. Go and sit at the national park. Watch the animals. Sit quiet. That's a big university. Study them. They give you everything about planet. So when you live this kind of life, you are a completely different person. You are not like others because you don't want to do something that is not good. Mostly in Ghana, the funny thing is the one who is doing the right is the one they always attack. It's a funny thing here. I can count hundreds of them.
Give me one example.
Oh, I can tell you, even my place I'm living now, in my house, the people who are building, they know it's a road, but they are building. And they are not small people. They are big, educated, high level of education. And they are doing that. They know here is the road. They will do it. Because they are big men, they are this, they are that, they are that. This is what we do in Ghana here. When you are coming from Europe, when I was coming, I arrived. The white man was coming with his suitcase. Me, I was coming with my suitcase. The first thing, they smile, can I see what is in your bag?
To you?
Yeah. So I said, thank you very much. You see this white man? Stop him. If you search him, then you search me. I'll be happy. What do you write here? You say, welcome. Where's my welcome? You told me, welcome to come my home. Why you don't say, here is Ghana, like Nigerians? Why you say, welcome, when I arrive, you want to search my bag, and the white man is going. No, search we all. Don't make us welcome. Because if you make me welcome, let me go. A welcome is go, not to search me. That's why I say we do things, and we know what we are doing is wrong, and we still do it. What did
the guy say when you told him this, the immigration guy?
He laughed. He laughed and said, don't go and sing song about us.
But will you sing a song about him?
That one is over to me.
I mean, I know you get your inspiration from nature, but when things like this happen, play me a song that was inspired by something that happened to you that you didn't like.
Oh, there's a lot of things. Every song that I sing is things that happen. You know, where I don't like.
Give me one.
Thank you.
So you're tuning your Kologo? Okay. All right. Tongo Zimba live right here on GTV Breakfast. WhatsApp 0555561034.
Pura venga venga anesio, anong la giri. Ya bisa pura venga venga anesio, anong la giri. Mayeti ayeti ai, anong la giri. Mayele ho, ayele hai, tinga anong la giri. Bisa pura venga venga anesio. Anong la giri, bisa pula mengan isio, tinganong la giri, mayeti ayeti ai, tinganong la giri, mayeti ayeli oi, tinganong la giri, bisa pula mengan isio, anong la giri, bisa pula mengan isio, tinganong la giri, mayeti ayeti ai, anong la giri.
Fantastic. I love it. What were you saying, man?
You see a beautiful girl walking, and you admire her, but she's very rough and tough. So in the ending, it's not about the beautiful. In the ending, it's about the attitude.
It's not the beauty, it's the attitude.
Yes. That's why sometimes you see a ugly girl sitting in a big car, and you see a beautiful girl walking, nobody call her. It's a simple thing. It's there. It's real.
What a proverb. Ugly girl in a beautiful car.
You see an ugly girl is sitting in a big car, yes. Because of his attitude, somebody love him. The attitude alone. It doesn't look the beauty. Because you get the beauty, imagine you get the beauty and you wake up and the attitude, can you take the beauty? Nobody will take something when, you know it's beauty, but you can't drive it. What are you going to do with it?
It's a good question. Your career is a long one because you started playing professional music as a young man. You were playing in the markets, busking.
I started my music from... I even worked with the police. Even this, I don't tell people.
Tell me about that.
I worked with police for 8 years in my life.
What were you doing with the police?
Road safety. National road safety. I was traveling with the World Bank. I've been working with them for 8 years with Mr. Magati. Was our leader. Those times we have our office in Osu. I take my salary at the Accra. Central. That's why I used to go and take my salary. Pay salary, fully salary, pay more than the police officer.
Did they give you a rank?
No, I was not a rank. We were on the road safety. We were on road safety. Was sponsored by the World Bank. There was a white guy, a white lady with her husband came here with the World Bank. They sponsored to educate Ghanaian drivers. And they saw me playing at the Lebade Beach. And they were looking a drama with the whole thing. You know, one of our Jojo or he worked here before.
Work at GTV, okay.
Yeah, he works at GTV before. And we used to be together. And one of them, James, he's an actor. He's a big actor, fire service. James, he do a lot of acting, you know. So they put all the acting people together with police and fire service, and then they were looking at musician.
And that's where you came in?
That's where they brought me in.
Okay.
So I was there for the music. With my acoustic, I do the music to entertain, to bring the crowd.
Okay.
Then they will start the drama to educate the drivers with the soundboard, with the sign, and this. Yeah, that's what I was
Did you compose any songs for drivers? Or it was just your entertainment that you were
I was
doing?
composing songs for them. But
Okay.
it is what I was doing my own songs, but I composed like when the car stopped, then I stepped
like a break.
Break, yeah.
Give me that again. I like it.
Yeah, then I used to be the adjust pipe. If they are watching me, they know what I'm talking about. Prefecture, we used to be the driver.
Okay.
Holding the steer, and me, I'm on the back. Having the cigarette. So when there's prefecture, it was the engine.
Okay.
So when we spark the car, bang, I smoke on the back to show the impact of the car.
Exactly.
And that's what we were doing. We went to all over Ghana.
Wow.
For road safety, and everywhere we go, the people are happy. You know, it was really good education.
Yes,
for the drivers. Yeah.
And you worked with really, really interesting musicians. Onipanya.
I worked with Onipanya.
Yes. You worked with him for many years.
Work with him in the market, travel with him, eat food with him, drink agogro with him, and I'm still here.
What do you miss about Onipanya?
I miss Onipanya so much that where he was taking the northern music, it was a completely different style. And I feel sad with, sometimes I think, that's why sometimes I salute Pfizer.
Pfizer Helwani.
Yes.
Yes.
If he didn't lift Onipanya from Makola Market, Onipanya will die and rot with nobody knows him. That is how much talent people from the north have, and they've been wasted. Do you know, as I'm talking to you now, the first Ghanaian who got a Grammy Award in Ghana here was Chrissy Zuma. You can Google her. She's from Bologa, Zorongo chief daughter. Started with Apes chapter 2. You know, in those days we have Apes chapter 1, chapter 2. Chapter 2 was the big one, and the chapter 1 is the small one. And as Chris Azuma started with Apes chapter, he went to America in 1967, and in 1969 he got Grammy Award.
She got a Grammy Award.
Grammy Award.
Not
with
a nomination.
It's on the YouTube. You can watch it.
Chrissy
Zuma.
Zuma.
Yes.
A lady.
A lady from Bologa, Zorongo. But who is talking about her?
Do you feel about the lack of exposure for music, traditional music, and the music from northern Ghana? How do you feel about that?
You see,
in terms of airplay on radio and television.
The airplay here is really bad. Okay. It's very, very, very bad. We play Western music than we play our own music. Just go here to Mali. I've been playing Mali, a lot of festivals in Mali, 3-4 times in my life. And you never hear the radios playing this kind of rubbish. If you enter Mali, you tune your radio, you are listening only their music. And where is the music? The whole world. Mali is on top of the music. Where is Ghana? Ghana started it. We have different kind of music. We have Yaponsan, we have Masankuni, we have High Life, we have just name them. Where are we at? Fela himself come here to learn, take High Life.
And you work with Fela too?
I work with Fela now. Fela come here to take High Life from here. Fela used to live at Sangrila. When he comes, that's his. When Fela comes, Sangrila, you know Sangrila? Hey, being Fela plays with that.
So why don't we promote Ghanaian music? Do you blame the DJs?
You see, Ghana, we also have a problem. Ghana, when you are going up, you want to go up, they'll pull you back.
Who pulled you back?
It's a system.
Were you pulled back?
A lot of time, a lot of pains. If I tell you how many pains I get with my people here.
Give me the biggest one.
Oh, I'm just giving you the sample here now. Yes. And you know what I'm talking about.
Tell me.
I said when you are climbing the tree to bring the coconut for everybody to eat, they will pull you back. When you are poor and you walk on the street, you have plenty of friends. You have more friends than when you get higher. A lot of the friends. And that's why Bob Marley even sing it. Your good friends will turn your enemy. It's real.
Which is that biggest disappointment for you? Where somebody you saw that no, this person.
Oh, they are plenty. I don't want to call their names.
No, don't call their names. Just explain. Just give us the scenario. What happened?
You know, people that you to do things with you, and they end up trying to take it from you. That's the kind of people that they will tell you we are doing this for you, Meanwhile, they are not doing it.
Let me give you an example. So John Jermaine, last week, the musician John Jermaine, he said a Grammy-nominated producer or Grammy award-winning producer wanted to work with him. And then before he knew, people were sending direct messages to that guy, telling them not to work with John Jermaine. And the person didn't work with him. True.
It's true. They even talk things that is not exist.
What did you hear? What did you hear about you?
Oh, me, I don't need to talk. You see, this world there, you live to see. You see, those who are talking, they are growing old, but they don't understand where they are growing old. Me, I'm there.
So who is living and who is seeing? You are living and they are seeing?
Me, I'm living. They are seeing. They don't know. And it's like, let me tell you this joke. This is a serious joke. Somebody wants to kill a donkey. Okay, the donkey is too stubborn. The donkey was in the river, a small borehole. He said, this donkey, now they have finished you. So he now start to carry sand. He won't bury the donkey inside. So why should they put the sand into the borehole? They put inside the donkey, they make like this. If they put inside the donkey, he put her hand to the top, the donkey just come out. So he was thinking he's killing the donkey. But meanwhile, he's helping the donkey
to rise.
Correct. That's what they are doing to me. They think they are killing me, but they are rising me. That's the thing. Yeah, that's first I didn't think about it. First I used to get worried about it.
You used to get worried?
Yeah, I used to get worried. I used to not. That's what I'm telling you. There's things that Ghanaian will do. You will not even. You will see that this is really not the way to do it, but they will do it. You'll be surprised, and you can be your own friend, tight friend, who pretend that he doesn't even know you again. We are plenty.
But you've survived.
You can see me now.
Play something for me, my brother.
I did survive, Papa.
Give me something happy, man. Atungo Zimba in the house. We'll get your messages after this song from Thelma. Go ahead.
In heaven, there is no beer. That is why we be drinking all the beer. For when we'll be going right to heaven, all our friends will be drinking all the beer. Hey, 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 hey. Living in the world, my brother, then. Living in the world, my sister. But to live in this world, you living in the world, my mama. Really go hate you, some are really go love you, but some are really go hate you. Yeah, we don't wanna kaka, we don't wanna nunga wana kanga, mambo tenge ipale, levi sada kanga, levi wanna tunga la kanga. Yes, we don't wanna kaka, in heaven there is no beer. That is why we be drinking all the beer. For when we'll be going right to heaven, all our friends will be drinking all the beer. Hey, 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 hey.
We'll be back after this break, brought to you by Quick Credit. Lending made simple.
Studio One, this is the Breakfast Show.
We're hanging with the griot, the musician, the composer, the philosopher, Atongo Zimba, and the WhatsApp number is 055-556-1034. Your messages are coming in thick and fast, and Thelma is going to read the messages for us right now. Thelma, take it away.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for sending those messages across. We are seeing that you are loving Atongo as much as we are right here in the studio. And perhaps I'll start right from the top. F1 says, wow, a lot of wisdom from the great musician Atongo Zimba. He has really explained the reason behind the beer song. And I love the way he answered the beer question. I love it. So many times the word love has come up in this word. I dedicated this song to my sweetheart, Richmond Nyakon. He loves his beer and he loves this song. Richmond, be very, very, very careful. I know why you're doing this. I know really why you're doing this. More messages coming in. Atongo, you are great. Keep telling the truth. From Jabless, Kumase, Bomso. So this is for you, Atongo. We all just loving your music. More coming in. Someone is reminding us to pray for the lives of our Ghanaian students in Ukraine, even as we have fun. Perhaps Atongo can share his thoughts on that international issue with us. So he's introducing a hashtag, Pray for Ukraine. Messages again. Good morning, BFS team. I have really enjoyed today's interview with Atongo Zimba. I've also been educated by him. Derek Kwashi Tete is saying this. Atongo Zimba is a great musician. My first encounter with him was at Alliance Francaise and a festival in Holland in the late 90s. One strange thing is he's not aging. He's over 20 years, but he's still just the same. I just love Heaven There Is No Beer, and he adds the good LOL when they want to have a good laugh. Mr. Atongo, you make my day. Thanks so much. But the truth of the matter is that the advisors are there, but no listen doers. And that's our motherland. Ghana is like that. That's your opinion right there. George says, Atongo is my friend and he's determined to see life happiness. It's Friday morning. All power belongs to God. I know this so well. More messages. Atongo made my day. I hope GTV will keep playing the songs, and indeed we will. Atongo Zimba is a legend, is what Gilbert is saying. I love his philosophical attitude towards life. How can we get access to his music? Yao is asking from Accra. So Atongo will ask you how we can get more of your music. I'm just scrolling straight to the top. Atongo Zimba is a true representation on Ghanaian culture. Wow, what a personality, is what Zaz is saying. OKG is joining. Good morning, Thelma. I really like Atongo. If all our leaders think like him, we'll not be running after IMF. That's according to Oscar Glaga. And another message, Atongo is really making my morning. Wish I could meet up and spend the whole day with him. Much love, man like Atongo. Great man he is. And there's so much more. Do I have time to do more? Yes. Atongo, you do all with two love, two hearts and fire. So it tells you double the love and then fire. Kaf, I don't drink beer, but I love his beer song, Heaven There's No Beer. Hashtag GBC Breakfast. I also dedicated the beer song to you, Thelma. Thank you. I'm sure that if I have some beer on hand, it will meet the food that you said I should slow down on yesterday. You see, I remember. Keep sending your messages across. I love reading them. Thank you so much. More. Good morning, hashtag GTV Breakfast. Atongo Zimba is Ghana's musical export. Keep up. Paul from Donkuna sent that message. Kwesi Band says, good morning, GTV Breakfast. Thelma, I tell you, this man, Atongo, deserves a national award. He's a multiple award-winning musician, so I completely agree with that one there. A lot of wisdom from this great musician, Atongo. He has really explained his song, and that's back to F.O.'s message again. If I go back up, Jeshon is still shining his eyes at my comments. Okay, I've heard. This message said he's so authentic, and I think it reflects the thoughts of everyone in the room. Everyone is saying the exact same thing about him. Neokai says, there's more to Atongo Zimba's music. I just love his song. Philosopher, inspirer, simply a legend. This one, I just want to keep reading the messages all day. This is Kofi Deborah. I want to spend the day. He's come again. He says he wants to spend the day with Atongo, drinking some beer and listening to his words of wisdom. So as you are watching him, then just be drinking. It's the same thing. Okay, we give you the same experience. Johnson says, good morning, Kafui. What Atongo Zimba is saying is very true. Christy Azuma played Apex International with backing vocals Reverend Buabasa, then known as Leslie Tex. People know their music history, so they are sharing it with us, those who don't know this morning. Good morning, GTV Breakfast. It's refreshing to watch Atongo. Please ask him if he has an upcoming concert or an annual event we can patronize. Spark is asking from Kumasi. Is there something happening in Ghana that we can come to Atongo when we bring the cameras back to you? We'll get some answers. Atongo, thanks for pushing Ghana culture high. I love his musical instrument, Abizi Pole from Takrade. And Papa P said, good morning. I have my beer in my hand right now. I love you, Papa P. Because somewhere in the world it's 5 p.m. I don't even know where you're reading. But somewhere in the world the day has ended. So why not have some beer? It's Friday after all. So massive love to you. Togbe says, love to invite him to our beach cleanup. Atongo is all for environment. So if he has the time, I'm sure he could also make that possible. Good morning, Thelma. Atongo is too much. His songs really touch the soul. So it's all very, very one-sided, but yet everybody experiences Atongo Zimba differently. Philosopher, inspirer, simply a music legend. And I'll hand over back to him and Kaf.
You're feeling the love, right?
Yes.
You're feeling it?
I'm feeling it.
How does it make you feel, man?
I could feel that the other people there, they understand where I'm going.
They understand where you're going.
Yeah.
And they have an opportunity to drink a lot of beer and listen to your music tomorrow. And you talk a little bit about your show tomorrow.
Yeah, my show is tomorrow.
But some people are curious about the instrument. Just describe your instrument for them. Hold it for them and let them see what it is.
It's a konogo.
What is it made of?
It's calabash with goat skin.
Okay, so it's an instrument.
Yeah, the goat is already sacrificed already. No, one goat can make like 3.
One goat equals 3
konogos. 3 songs. three instruments.
And then the string is what is made from what?
The strings normally, there's a secret. Okay. Normally, they will say we buy acoustic strings. That's what we say.
Okay.
It's a secret.
Okay.
But normally I buy the nylon strings.
Okay, so this is nylon.
Because the nylon strings, you can pay 10 cedis and you get big bundle. And then when you go to the acoustic strings, they will sell you one for 10 cedis.
Ah, no, it's not good.
So me, I go to the nylon strings. I buy I know inside, so I buy the sashes, I cut them. I can even sell it to them back.
Business time. And do you make it yourself?
Yes.
Do you know how to make it?
Yeah, I make this one myself, and
Okay.
I also made electronic one.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to use when I'm performing. But
Tomorrow.
this one, because I'm coming here,
Yes.
I didn't want to carry instrument.
Of course.
This is acoustic. So
Okay, how long does it take you to make one kologo like that?
Oh, 3 days.
3 days. Okay. Can you teach me?
I teach, yeah. I teach.
Yes, sir. Let me try.
Yeah. Only 2 strings, like your mouth. You know? So the way you talk, you can make him talk too. You see, he can play it too.
I'll stick to my piano.
He can play it.
Before we talk about your show,
Yes.
a couple of quick questions. What does Atongo mean?
Atongo, you know, it's a funny thing. There was a man who even said, am I a Ghanaian? And I asked myself. Then I speak for French. Because you are asking me in English, am I a Ghanaian? Me, I start with my language. Where are you from? That's my signature. You know here, Mr. Free. You see, they say Atongo, Zimba. They say the Zimba looks like I come from Swahili. Zimbabwe. So means that person, he say he know Atongo, but he don't know Atongo. Because if you know Atongo started from the market. And you are calling me, am I a Ghanaian?
Are you a Ghanaian?
Who is a Ghanaian? I ask myself.
You threw the question back to me.
Who is a Ghanaian? Nobody is a Ghanaian. Asante people came from different place. Faframan came from a different place. Ghana people came from a different place.
My people came from a different place.
Everybody came from a different place. And we all came and settled in this place called Ghana. So who is from Ghana? Nobody.
What does Atongo mean?
Atongo is a rock.
Ah, like stone.
It's stone. Never touch.
And
you see stone grow old before?
No. It's always a boy, like stone boy.
Correct. Like a stone boy. But me, I be a Tongo.
A rock. And Zimba? What does Zimba mean?
Zimba, in my language, Ziba, is I don't know you.
Oh. Rock, I don't know you.
Yes.
Atongo Zimba.
Yes, Atongo Ziba. But when I say Ziba, they couldn't spell it, so I make it Zimba.
Okay. Why did you choose Ziba?
Northern language.
Okay.
It's a Northern name.
Well, was it given to you by your father? What name did your father give you?
It was not given me by my father. The name of Atongo was given to me by my father.
Exactly.
Normally, my name, when I used to live with, I also live with Mactonto, I live with Teddy Ose, and in Jolu here. When I first came, they called me Isobila Clement.
Oh, so Clement is one of your names too?
One of my names.
Hey, Clement.
Yeah, so if you those days, if you look my things, they see Clement Atongo, Clement Atongo, Clement.
So is that the name on your royalty?
The name of the Clement, no, as they say, no, they take me to the western side.
You don't want that.
So I brought the pure African name. I started to ask myself, which of the big musicians who have a different name and get bigger? I asked myself when I was kid. Then I said, Afla Blondie. No, it's an African name. I talk about Salif Keita. I say, it's an African name. I talk about Fela Kuti. I say, this is an African name. Why me not Atongo and then Ziba? Make it in music because it's music already. Atongo Zimba. Saying it's easy. When I go there, everybody Atongo Zimba. Your name is beautiful. Your name.
And you see, I love it because it's from A
to Z.
To Z.
Of course.
Which is the name of your new?
My album that I'm launching. The new album I'm launching tomorrow at Plus 333.
Okay. A to Z.
A to Z. And that's my name. And when I went to London even, those are not even thinking that I'm going to live in London. When I went to London, the map of England is also A to Z.
Yes. The underground map.
Everything from England, they write it the A to Z. So sometimes when I go to the bank, they look to my name, they smile. That name alone, they make them smile.
It be so.
Because they see the whole map standing there.
It's right there. And so tomorrow, there's that show. The show is happening at Plus 233 tomorrow.
I don't know how to express it.
What time should people get there to come and drink beer with you?
Not to drink beer with me. They should come and enjoy the music. They should come and enjoy the music. We will have some fun. They should drink into their limit. Everybody should go home safe. I want everybody who comes to drive home safely, come back safely, because alcohol is your limit. And when you drink to enjoy yourself, you don't enjoy yourself to end up in the hospital or the police or whatever. Because if I spend my money to enjoy something on my own, I want to enjoy it.
Indeed.
I don't want to enjoy it and be locked at the police. Then it's not enjoyment. Then it's better don't even enjoy it.
Exactly so.
So let's enjoy it where we can go home and smile to our wife and our children.
That's it.
That's all I'm asking.
And that will be tomorrow. Plus
that will be tomorrow. So if you take 2 bottles, take 2 bottles. If you know you can take 10 like me, I take 10 bottles.
You have a big capacity.
Yes, I've been doing it for a long time.
Experience. Quick questions. So this week there was a conversation on royalties and how to make money from your music. What advice do you have to give to up-and-coming musicians and even musicians who haven't really made money from their music? What is the secret to making money from music?
The secret is to register the music, protect the music, the right, before you give it to someone. And this one, if you finish this one, register it. And then you can get some royalties, and maybe from YouTube. Ghana here, the way we run our system is very, very poor and bad. Because in London, I'm with the PRS. Okay, the PRS.
Performing Rights Society.
Yeah. So the PRS, you don't need to go there. They send the money straight to your door. They put it in your account. Because when you register with your music, your bank details, everything, they have it. Every 3 months, they send the money to you and they send you a letter into your house. We have put in this amount of money into your account for the music.
Has the 2022 check come yet?
I've been here. I was here in November until December, so now I have to go back. When I go back before I see.
So the system is there. You get every 3 months. You get
everything
paid.
Is coming automatically. You don't need headache. But here, you have to drive to Accra.
Oh, now.
Wait. Rex
Omar was here this week, and now they have a gamroonline.com website.
Yeah, but the website, is it paying?
Well, recently we got news from him that somebody got 30,000 CDs. Shatta Wale was paid 30,000 for last year. 30,000 CDs from royalties.
No, I'm asking. I know Shatta Wale is paying. Did they pay directly electronics?
Yes, all they need is his bank account details. He didn't provide his details.
But why should he provide your details?
Just like you provided your details.
No, because you take it from the beginning.
Okay.
You don't choose other artists. That's what I say. I don't know what is going on there. You see, in London, it doesn't matter whether you are who and who and who, even the president and son, nobody give a shit about that. Yes is yes. That's the rules. Don't think you are Kufuor in Peking, you can go and do anything rubbish. You can't do that in London. Kufuor and Peking must even be careful, because he himself where they want to put for troubles. The law will take him there. Nothing. But here, because your father is this one, people behave things. You see, you choose some other people to give them this. The money is given for the nation of the musicians. Everybody must treat equal right. Nobody must treat different. Because in the ending, they are all artists. Even when he's getting 1 pesewa, treat him the same respect.
Which of your songs has done the best for you in terms of royalties?
I never even go to Costco since I start playing music. As I'm telling you right now.
You don't go to...
I never go to them because I don't need them.
So everything is with PRS?
They also have it here. They take my money here.
Yeah.
They play my music here.
But you haven't received anything from... But
you can ask him when I was here. Like, I wish I was here.
But have you registered with... Well, you've registered with PRS.
He's not older than me. I know him. Because he gets white hair. He's not older than me.
Rex?
Yes. He's not.
How old are you?
I know go talk, but he's not. He's go and check. He's not older than me. I know. The people who are older than me, they know. He's not older than me. Maybe he'll be sized with Panji. Me, I'm older than Panji.
What has age got to do with royalties?
The age got to do with royalties. The age in Africa, we talk about age is about respect. Yeah, sorry, no. Oh yeah,
so young people respect older people.
Yes, that's our tradition here. We are not in Europe.
Europe is different.
No, it's completely different. Ah, yeah, bubu payini. Usi payini no bu. Payini suma no ako. That's how we grow. You boom payini. Because when you boom payini, you two go get to that level. Because the more you respect the elder, you get to that level. Let me just tell you things.
Yes.
When you drive from here to, you start from even Aburi. Guess the drive. My brother, when it's weekend, you see funerals there, all over to Kumasi. Go back again. Come the same weekend, the same place. No, you see funeral every weekend.
Every week.
Wait, it's because here, when this young boy die, the young boys carry it. You invite that. In the north, you don't see it like that because when a young boy die, young boy don't carry it. It's old people, very, very, very old. They carry the dead body. Why? So you don't see dead bodies, because the dead body is invited. It's a spirit. When you are my friend and you carry me, I can invite your spirit. Because when I'm dying, I'm a spirit. I'm talking with only your spirit. Your spirit is not your body. I will invite your spirit. When I invite your spirit, your body is gone. It's like a car is standing with no engine. It can't go anywhere. What traps you, I take it. I go with it. You are my friend.
So the young people should stop getting involved in funerals. Is that what you're
That's
saying?
why they die. There are plenty. Just go. Nobody even do this research. Just drive every day from here to Kumasi. Come back next week. Take a car again. Drive to the same place. Everywhere you see. When you reach, there's a funeral there. And when you pass to the north, go and see whether you see the same thing happening. Because it's a different
culture,
different discipline. We don't carry, small boys don't carry dead bodies. It's old people.
Who are almost there.
Who are almost going to die. They are the one carrying the dead bodies. And the dead bodies, you don't like them. So that's why they are growing.
I see the logic in all of this. I mean, how do you make all these associations? I mean, do you go and, for example, if you want to create a piece of music, do you go and lock yourself somewhere and think, or you go to the beach? I mean, what is your process?
If you lock yourself somewhere, you cannot make music. As I'm sitting now, I'm making music. That's why I make my music.
Make something for me.
So as I'm sitting now, I'm making music.
Okay, now play something for me. Okay, you have to ferment.
You have to ferment it. It's a cooking part. You have to ferment it and grow it. It's like a plant. You can't plant now and see it coming up.
Okay.
When I plant, I can tell you I plant it, but you have to wait for 3-4 days
before it grows.
Suit up. So the next time I meet you, I will now show you the song, and then you understand.
It's a spiritual process, eh?
It's a process. From 1 to 2 to 3. You can't jump.
Are you teaching people to be like you? Any of your children taking up after you?
Sometimes, who teach me to be like me? Nobody. God chooses. There's another one coming. The one who will take him, he will take him. Nobody teach you who you are now. The person who will come be like you, he will come, but maybe not like you. Similar like you, but he can't be like you. why we have to take. Nobody can be like you. You can't be like me. Even when I born you, you cannot be like me. You can try to do things like me, but it cannot be like me.
Who are your heroes?
My heroes, Salif Keita used to do. Osibisa. I mean, I've done a lot with Angel Kiro. I've done a lot with these people. You know, so they have taught me a lot. But I'll say the person who led me first to think about music was Fela.
What do you miss about Fela?
I guess miss Fela because Fela was a real person. People think Fela is funny, eh? Fela was real. Inside the heart. It's real person. He hates to make somebody suffer. That's why Fela, when the president buy the Mercedes, he drive around when people they suffer, he to go buy the same Mercedes, then he open the boot for the back, and then go to houses and houses to collect rubbish.
Collect rubbish, put for Benz inside.
Yeah. He tell the president, say, you fool. That's why they don't like him. You see, in this world, when you want to come with the truth, you'll be killed. You have to, what a liar can live longer than a truth person.
Are you speaking the truth?
I am telling you the truth. A liar, when I tell you, I don't take me seriously. Go there and sit down and think what I'm saying, whether I'm telling the truth or not. Sometimes when somebody talk, let it go out and in, but keep some, breathe it for some time. It will start to reflect into your life. You say, I remember. This man was talking things like that. It's real. It is real. I'm not going to say it when it's not real. It is real. So, in this world that we are all living, you breathe the way you can breathe. So, you have your own things, I have my own things. Together, we can make the world happy. That's why it's very difficult for me to say, you are not supposed to be who you are. It's like I'm trying to tell God that he's wrong.
Which is a mistake.
Which is a big mistake.
People are waiting for you. They are sending messages plenty. So
this will come tomorrow.
This will come tomorrow, eh?
They will see me.
Before
Atongo, they say Atongo is not there. Me, I live in London.
Yes.
I'm a British.
But they'll see you tomorrow.
There.
You are there.
Yeah.
Let's get some messages from the man who is here with his logo, and we may get another performance out of him before we wrap it up for today. Thelma is ready by the message board 055-556-1034. It's been really, really deep and nice. Thelma, go ahead.
Yes, and the messages are getting so much, probably handle in this one go, but I'm going to try my hardest. Good morning, Thelma. Atongo should be made the chief advisor to the government to change the mindset of leaders. As for the proposals, there are plenty. This one says, well, we will not subscribe to such comments. Atongo Zimba is a great musician. My first encounter with him was at Alliance Française. And he sent us that message again so that we know how important it is for us to reiterate the point that he knows Atongo personally. This one says, God bless you for saying the truth. When you message us, always try to add your name and your location so that we know how and who we are interacting with. Someone named Boniface is sending you a message at home. They say, hi, you are not a Ghanaian, my friend. Only your masters, Dagaba, are your Ghanaian masters. Until you provide us pito and dog meat before you are accepted to be a Ghanaian. And this is from Rie Boniface at Mamo. There's an offer for pito and dog meat here. Bernard is a great Atongo. God bless you for your patience, hard work, and consistency. Please, can I get his contact? Well, we'll ask if he would want us to share it with you, and then we will get it for you. Thumbs up we are getting, and Gordon is joining. Good morning, breakfast show. I like the man. Atongo Zimba is his name. Let me go straight to the top. Thanks so much, sir. I've been watching you from here. I'm a Nigerian, and when you sing, all I see is Africa. What an awesome comment that is. Good morning, GTV. God bless Mr. Atongo. He has said it all, and more messages coming in. Hi, Atongo. Is wow, Mercy from Suhum, and sharing the same thoughts as others have before. Of course, key shouts going to keep those in Ukraine safe. Hi, I'm Nana Kojo people are good in kebab. I don't even know what that means. People are good in kebab for what?
I know,
okay.
I know.
And thanks so much. I've been watching. This is the one from Nigeria. I said, and talking fella, he's good. So because you mentioned some of the great musicians from Africa, good morning to you all and to Mr. Atongo. Tomorrow I'll be with him tomorrow for the beer. I can take 15. Very educated program, please. Take the one that will be safe for you. Like he said, don't take so much beer that tomorrow you can't take anymore because you're in heaven where there is no beer. So take enough today so that you can go home safely, and then later tomorrow you can get some more beer to drink. Hashtag GTV Breakfast. I just love this man. His humility alone. Please don't try. Lamusa from Dome. And Miss Sewa DC says, Atongo, your submission on respect and the elder is just on point. How I wish all Ghanaians can just understand that. Bless you, man, is what this message is saying. Justice for Fela is on the screen now. Can I pick this? Yes. Hello, good morning. I'm really enjoying this show. Atongo Zimba is a really great man. Wisdom inside Amra here. Thelma, Atongo will be in his late 90s. He's making a lot of sense. I'm learning a lot. Do you have Atongo's birth certificate?
There's a one message before. He said something before, I think.
Okay. He said, is it the same one?
Yes.
So Atongo Zimba is a great musician. My first encounter with him, we've read it earlier on. Yes. And so we already know what that one says about his encounter about 20 years ago. So based on that, he's saying Atongo will be in his 90s.
I know his age, but if he allows me, I'll say it. He's actually say it. I know his age. 90s
DIY. You people. Kofi Depta from Ablikuma. Kaf and Tea, please and please invite me on his next visit. Atongo, I love you. Repping at +233. That's where the concert is happening. Hello, I love Atongo's music so much. I need him to tell us how we can protect our music. So perhaps when I hand over back to Kaf, he may pick his thoughts on that. Shouting a good one for him for speaking the truth. Let me scroll up. There's a couple here. Yep. Nana says, Atongo, God bless you. You love your music. We will drink all beer since there's no beer in heaven, and today is Friday too. A beer for you, Atongo. Don't take advantage of the Christmas to chew the chicken, please. Drink responsibly is what I would say. What this man is saying is really true. He's a real man. God bless him. These are the good people in the country, but they will never celebrate them when alive unless they are dead. It is well. Patrick Agbeshi from Accra, New Town. Kweku says, hi. The other guy was trying to say that people are good in Kiba. This education that I'm getting this morning, thank you for sending. Atongo, your place in history is secured. You will be remembered for good reason. He doesn't struggle for fame because he was born one. From the bush caring for the cows to the higher stage. That's what Africa Sun is saying. Someone is also sharing their first encounter with Atongo and said it was at La Beach in the 90s. And his song, Black Man No Fear Mosquitoes, got stuck in my mind. God bless him for his unusual education. Abby is saying this from Spintex Road. Atongo, you have to do Black Man No Fear before you go. And so the messages will keep coming in. And when there is more, I'll come and read them for you. I'll hand over back to you, Kaf.
That was just awesome, man. You will play that song for me. Yes, please look behind the cushion. There's a bottle there. Yes, open it. Shake it well. It's a random question. Yes, yes. Just turn it. No password. Come on, one.
There are plenty.
Take one. Okay. As you read it. Okay. So this is your question. What is your strongest sense? So seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching. Which one is the strongest for you?
Stronger smell?
Yes.
Stronger feel? Or
yes. So to see, to smell. I mean, for me, my ears are the strongest. I can close my eyes and then listen, and then I can imagine things. But which is your strongest sense? Is it your sense of sight or your ear, your hearing? Is it the strongest, or is it your sense of taste or your smell or touch? Which one do you think is your strongest? Seeing. What do you see when you see?
Because when I see what is happening, if it's good feel, I can feel it.
Okay.
I can sense it. I can sense it. So seeing is what I have more with me.
I've asked this question too, and a lot of Africans don't like to answer this question, but I'll ask it. If you lost one of your senses, which one would you regret the most? Would it be the same?
If you lost
one of your senses?
If you lost all your senses, the one way you regret your moves is maybe your hands to eat. Because if I lose everything, I can still eat, and I cannot eat. That's where I regret, because like I don't want to eat like a dog.
Like a dog. Talking about dogs, what is this thing between the Garis and the Frafras? You guys have some kind of friendly banter when you meet a
Dagari man. The Dagati person is here. This is a very serious matter.
Tell me, I want to hear it.
It's very,
Let's settle it down.
The IGP will come.
Let's settle it now. What is it? What is the history between Dagaris and Frafras?
This one, when I want to talk, unless I see the Dagati people,
before
they invoke me to come. It's a story. You know, in the whole northern region, we have traditionalists of playmate.
Okay, so playmates.
It was set up for a long time for our ancestors. So if you see like Grusi, they play Grusi, they play jokes with Sisala.
Okay.
With they play joke with Sisala, and they play with Zambarama.
Okay.
Okay, and they play with Gonjes. They alone trio. And Kunkomba and Basari, they play. Fafra and the Gati, we play. So that's why the whole northern region, each of us have our playmate.
So you can crack jokes, serious jokes.
Some even have more than two. We Fafra, we only have two.
Okay.
The Gati and Fafra.
Okay.
But that the Grusi Asantine or Sisala, they have playmate up to three. 3 tribes.
Okay.
Even to Niger. The Zambarama is from Niger.
Okay.
The Grusi man, they play with. And this tradition, these people, we are the same. That will tell you we are all not Ghanaians.
All Africans.
Yes.
Okay.
But if you don't know these histories, you don't understand. You may think you are a Ghanaian, but I'm telling you, when they go deeply, they do your blood test. You may be coming from somewhere,
India.
Yes, where you don't know.
So if I were a Dagati man and I met you, what would you tell me? If you knew that I was a Dagati man.
I would tell you about that.
What does that mean?
Your head not the work.
and what will I say?
Yeah, you to say, you too. Hey, you to talk to me. I go say, you don't know I'm your chief. It's the jokes.
Do you marry? You intermarry?
Oh, we marry a lot. And let me tell you one thing. In the series, when you are a police officer, or me, I be police officer, and I be Fafra, and I'm mistaken arresting the Gati guy. We find out that I be Fafra man. We manage to run away. He can make a joke with it. He can go to court and make joke with it. He can say, it's my playmate. So I was just making jokes.
That's all.
Yeah.
And they'll leave him.
Of course. They will still put him there, but it's a joke. It's a traditional joke.
Let's talk about the dogs.
The dog, you still want it there?
Yes.
Okay, we'll go on.
No, I've eaten dog meat before, and it was nice.
Yeah, it's okay.
I didn't know it was dog meat until they told me.
Every meat is meat.
Yes. Because there are some games that happen in Accra where and the prize is a dog.
Yeah, but we don't price it to kill. We price it for you to grow it.
Oh, you don't eat it?
No, we eat it, but we don't. That dog, when we play the cap, we don't give the dog. We don't give the dog to go and kill. It be small baby dog,
a puppy dog. So you let it grow.
Yeah, then you take it home, make it grow.
But you know, in England they respect animals so much.
Yeah.
Recently, a footballer was given all kinds of punishment for kicking his cat.
Yeah, his own cat.
If you tell your English neighbor that you eat dogs in Ghana, what would they say?
They'll think you're a horror. They will not even talk to you ever in their life. When you tell them you eat cat, they will run away in their life. They think you are horror. These two animals, cat and dog, if you say you eat it in Europe, people will just see you like a horror. You are still dangerous. But we are not dangerous.
we are very much not dangerous at all. I wish this conversation could go on for a long time. But I want you to hold that Kologo. Tell us what to expect at your show tomorrow, and your final words to people who are watching today's show.
My show tomorrow is going to be amazing. I don't want to talk too much. For me, they should come and see it.
Okay.
They should come and witness it.
That's it.
The music they play in Ghana is a completely different. Atongo is a different sound. So when they come and listen, they will understand where I'm going. man is there and nobody talks about him. That's what they will understand.
That's what they'll understand.
But that's why I'm cool also in where I am. Because people talk about me there, they give me what I want. Jesus Christ himself, he has to run off to his hometown to go and settle somewhere. That's what I feel myself now.
Will you be with us for a while before you go back to the UK? I know you're based in the UK.
Yes, I'm even trying to play at the Dutch embassy. They
Okay.
say I'm still waiting for the contract to this one before I will know. If it's not, I have to go after March.
Okay. Somebody was asking, how do you protect your music?
As I tell them, protect it by register it.
Register the music.
Yeah, there's a lot of digital platforms. Register it to protect it with your name. That's why you protect your music. And that's where you get royalty and back. And also go and register it if it's a Ghanaian.
All right.
So take it to Costco. Register it, whatever he can do.
All right. And before we sign off, we want to hear a brand new one that you have put out in the system. So we're going to watch and listen and enjoy a new cut from Atongo Zimba. Enjoy.
Yeah.
It's tough.
It's tough.
Yes, yes. But it's beautiful music, very mellow.
Yes.
And I love it. And you can follow him on Facebook and on Instagram. And I think this is just the way we've started our Heritage Month, because in the whole of March, we're looking to project everything Ghanaian, everything cultural, traditional. So it's just a great way for you to start this for us. And we want you to end with a song that Ghanaians love so much, as we look forward to your show tomorrow at +233. So God willing, I'll be there.
Thank you very much.
All righty.
Just a second. It happened? Okay. In heaven, there is no beer. That is why we be drinking all the beer. For when we'll be going right to heaven, all our friends will be drinking all the beer. Hey, 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 hey. My brother then, living in the world, my sister. But you live in this world, you living in the world, mama. Some are really gonna hate you, some are really gonna love you, but some are really gonna hate you. Yeah, we don't na kanga, we don't na nunga bana kanga, mambo te yet ebale, yeah we sada kanga, yeah we don't na konga la kanga, yeah we don't na kanga, we don't na nunga bana kanga, mambo te yet ebale, yeah we sada kanga, yeah we don't na konga la kanga. In heaven, there is no beer. That is why we be drinking all the beer. For when we'll going right to heaven, all our friends will be drinking all the beer. Hey, 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 hey.
All right. And that's our show today. And Maltiti, and Atongo.
Thank you very much.
And thank you so much. Nice, big, happy family.
God bless you.
Our Heritage Month kicks off from today, really. And so, hey, and if you have time, go check him out at +233 tomorrow, 7 p.m. The music will be great and awesome. Have a beautiful, beautiful weekend. And God bless from all of us.